Good evening. Welcome to the May 6, 2026 Barnstable School Committee meeting. Item 1.1, District Vision and Core Values. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the forefront of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair, video or audio recording. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording the meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Right. Item 1.3, Pledge of Allegiance. So we're on item 2.1, the school committee discussion with school attorney Mark Terry on the proposed homeless shelter relocation. So at the previous two school committee meetings, committee members had requested that Attorney Terry attend so that they could have some clarification and questions answered regarding the proposed shelter relocation. We did receive on March 31 a letter that gave us some guidance, and that was posted with all of our documents for the April 1 school committee meeting. Attorney Terry is here with us this evening, so I'm going to welcome him and then open it up.
Does he want to say something?
Yeah, Mark, would you like to introduce yourself and maybe give a summary of what we had included in the letter?
Sure. So I think I'll start with, hi, my name is Mark Terry. I'm counsel to the Barnstable Public Schools and with the firm Stone & Chandler Miller out of Boston. Happy to be with you tonight. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but have another commitment at 6:30. The first question that was posed to me, and the one that's referred to in the letter, is really the question of what's the relevance of what's the authority of the school committee to sort of take formal action with respect to this proposed homeless shelter? And the short answer to that question is that the school committee doesn't have that legal authority. That authority lies within the municipal side of the organization, in general government. The letter also provided some guidance as to the applicability of the Dover Amendment, and outlined that there were certain circumstances in which the Dover Amendment provided that if an organization had religious purposes and the use was going to be religious in nature, that the Dover Amendment would allow for exclusion from the applicability of certain restrictions. I will say, for the benefit of the school committee as well as those who are present, I am not a Dover Amendment expert. I am not a zoning law expert. I was asked to look at sort of the real question of whether the school committee had any authority to approve or deny the process or the project that's being proposed, and the answer to that question is no. I was subsequently asked a question about whether the school committee had any standing to pursue an appeal of what I believe has now been a building permit that's been issued, and the answer to that question also is no. There are circumstances under which an appeal can be taken, but the school committee does not have standing as a municipal board without enforcement authority over zoning and building issues to pursue that kind of appeal. So let me pause there. I think that's a brief summary of the sites that provide conclusions that are drawn from research. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the school committee may have.
Thank you, Mark. Does anybody have a question for the attorney? Andre?
Thank you, Chair. Mark, I appreciate that introduction to this conversation relative to the spheres of authority. I don't believe there was any confusion on the part of the school committee or myself as a school committee member, let me say that, and from what I've heard from many people in the community relative to who has the authority over zoning and our ability as a school committee to dictate where the shelter is. It is our responsibility, Mark. You talked about what our responsibility is in relation to the shelter. If I can just take a look here. A central responsibility of the school committee is the health and safety of the students in the town of Barnstable. That is most certainly our authority. That's the lens in which we're looking at this. The health and safety of the students in Barnstable public schools. And so, yes, the proposed shelter is not directly under our authority. But if this shelter poses a clear threat, if there's a possibility that it poses the clear threat to the health and safety of the children in Barnstable Public Schools, which is directly within our purview, what steps would you recommend the Barnstable School Committee take if that indeed is the case?
I think there are two things that I would consider, sort of within the school committee's bailiwick and purview. It certainly, if that is the position of the school committee, it has every right to voice and participate in any public process speaking against the project. As the committee is well aware, that would be a voice that the school committee could collectively take if there were that concern. Individual members never give up their rights as citizens to also participate as individuals rather than sort of as an individual school committee member. So if that concern exists, it's certainly appropriate for the school committee to speak to that and to advocate for a different action other than the homeless shelter. I think the other piece that the school committee can look at or should look at is if there's that sort of clear and present danger or concern about that, what are the steps the school committee can do to protect the students while sort of under the school committee's area of responsibility? Meaning, what can you do to make sure that the buildings that are closest to the project, to the shelter, are secure, to ensure that people are well informed, that if there is a threat that's presented by the shelter presumably through some individual or individuals, that they understand how to respond to that. I think coordination with the police department, if you have school resource officers, et cetera, around those concerns in advance to make sure that safety plans are in place. Those are all fully appropriate things for the school committee to be considering, evaluating, and looking for appropriate steps to protect against. But obviously the school committee cannot protect every child every step of the way outside the school day, for sure.
Any other? Mike?
Good evening, Mark. Welcome.
Good evening.
I thought you were going to be able to come down to the Cape and maybe get like a lobster roll or something, but I guess it's just by TV. It's okay. It's not a very nice day down here. It's kind of chilly and raw. So my question is, so I understand that like we can't dictate the process. My concern is the same as Andre's, obviously. It has to do with safety. Anybody who's been watching the school committee meetings knows how much I'm vocal about this project. But stepping aside from that, because that's obviously the first thing, but how about the economic impact on a school system? Like, because I envision, for those who don't know, I'm a retired firefighter paramedic. I worked in the cities. I I've never been involved with this shelter, to be honest with you. I didn't work in the city. I didn't work in Hyannis. I worked in a different fire district, but I am very well versed at homeless shelters that are run by diocese. So more my concern is, especially as a paramedic showing up. So more my concern is the economic impact on our school system, like as far as like having the fence in our entire property because there's woods, and I'm concerned about that. How about, and I know a lot of you brought up about the before, like kids coming in the beginning of the day, going home at the end of the day. That's great, but honestly, that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern is what about recess? When I'm okay with I'm not okay, but like kids going from a car to the building is okay, but what happens when you have folks like 3 or 4 people out watching a grade level? We may have to hire more staff in order to watch at recess. Recess is probably one of my biggest concerns. I don't want somebody getting people are out in the woods. Like we don't have that problem. So I could see a lot of huge financial problems with this also. And is that incumbent upon us as a school district, or how does that fit into all of this, I guess?
Yeah, so I think as a practical matter, the school committee doesn't have the ability to demand, you can ask, right? But demand or require payment of sort of linkage funds, right? If you're coming into our area, let's say properties we're adjoining as an example, and there is the kind of concern that you're voicing for student safety, you don't have the ability to say, well, you have to put up a fence. But I certainly am familiar enough that there are other forms of development in which those types of linkages or impact funds are part of the negotiated process. Obviously, that would be something that would have to be explored. And as I said to you before, I'm not a land use expert. Couldn't tell you how these things work. I only know that they do. And I know that the school committee isn't the one that can drive that. But I think those concerns are things that ought to be localized to the town officials that are involved with approving the project, and whether or not there's an ability to negotiate for some sort of mitigation funds that would be provided to the school department for the purposes that you're articulating. There certainly is at least an ability to seek to negotiate for that. Whether or not you'd be able to accomplish that, but I think that is something worth considering.
Thank you.
Jen.
Thank you. Hi, Mark. Thank you for attending us virtually tonight. My question is basically a question of position I feel like in our position as committee members, we are automatically in a reactive position. There's very little we can do that's proactive. We're waiting for bad things to happen before we can actually respond. To what extent are there proactive things that we can do to ensure the community that we are concerned, but we are kind of hamstrung in our ability and our power to change things? I feel like there might be some misinformation out there that the more people come and speak to the school committee, the farther the opposition will get. But in fact, from what I've learned, that is not the case. And I just would like to be able to do something proactive instead of just waiting for things to happen. So I wondered if you could talk to that.
Yeah, I think there's sort of in the most immediate term, right? You certainly have the ability and right to send out a communication from the school committee to the school community, right? I mean, assume predominantly we're talking about parents and caregivers. We can certainly communicate as clearly as possible what's going on, that the school committee shares concerns. It sounds like it does. And, that at the same time, the school committee, this is not in the school committee's purview. All we can do is express our concern about the same issue that you are, and then provide direction to folks as to how they can make their voices heard. My understanding is that there is at least a CBA meeting coming up at which people are sort of free to come, and I assume it will have an opportunity for a comment at some point. So I think, that there's that part in terms of the most immediate issue. The other thing that you can certainly think about, and I think it's hard to sort of know whether this effort would be fruitful in the future. It certainly isn't going to, I think, help the most immediate concern. But, what is it that you can be doing, working with the town in advance around questions of zoning, right? Is there some sort of zoning that could be pursued that sort of within a certain range of a school building? Certain kinds of development could not be put up. or certain types of entities would be there. Again, I'm no expert in that area, but that doesn't mean you can't have a conversation about the concern that this is bringing forward. Whether this type of project will ever come again in proximity to a school building that raises a concern, I don't know, but it doesn't mean that there aren't others. And so, when you think about proactive, as you say, you are in a reactive stance right now, but as you think about the future, maybe it's worth kind of giving some thought to the types of concerns that this is presenting and having some discussion with your town side leaders, general government leaders around, okay, like maybe we're not in a position to do this, but what could we be doing, looking at this prospectively, to make sure that there's an ability to avoid these type of consequences or projects and developments in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mike?
Well, you want
I don't, because when I reached out, I had my
Okay.
questions answered.
So, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Mark, so if you don't want to answer it, I get it. But I'm thinking from listening to you talk and kind of hearing, I've kind of been thinking a lot about this. And so what it kind of sounds like is we should probably be doing a letter, drafting a letter and sending a letter to probably the owners of the building, probably the Fall River Diocese, probably. And that would probably be about the only proactive thing we can kind of do at this point is drafting a letter. My only other thing for this is, I know, and I don't know if it's 100% true or not, but I've read a couple different things and says that the folks are trying to get money, solicit money for other towns. Is that kind of going past our legal? Are we on any legal hook if we decide to start sending stuff to other towns with our concerns? So maybe they can't get the money for the funding, or is that kind of a gray area that you would advise us not to go down that road? Just send it to the owners of the building and the Catholic charities?
Yeah, I think, I'm going to assume from your question that the outcome of this discussion might be a sort of an agreement among the committee members, right? And as I said before, the committee is a body, if it is of a view, or at least a majority view, on a particular position or action that wants to take it, there's nothing wrong with sending a letter to the people running the project that says, we have serious concerns and here's what they are. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And, I think you, in furtherance of your concerns for student safety that you've all vocalized, I think that's an appropriate step. And there's no reason not to take that step. I would say that if you want to publicize that letter to your school community saying that we want to share with you because they're raised, this is a letter that's sent to people involved. And I think you may want that letter to go to the town officials involved as well. When you get to the next layer of, could we do something that effectively would interfere with the ability of another organization to be successful in developing a project? I think that's where you do get into a grayer area that I would advise against. Without, I have to give a lot more thought to whether or not this really applies in this case, but there is something that's called a tort of interference with contractual relations. And so if you are taking steps to interfere with a contractual right somebody has, again, I don't know whether that's truly at play here or not. I don't know what agreements exist already or not. I think, that with that intention, I would be more concerned about that. So my suggestion is if you're going to, if the committee is of a majority view to send some communication, my suggestion would be, send it certainly to the people involved in the project, the diocese, others involved. I think it's appropriate to include that town officials who are involved in the approval of the project to receive that as well. And if you want to share that letter out, as I said, with the school community, I think there's nothing wrong with that, because what you're doing there is informing the community of the steps that you're taking as elected officials of what your efforts are. But I wouldn't recommend going beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
If a member of the school committee wanted to act as an individual, as a citizen, but not in capacity as a school committee member, could they then write a letter to the effect of, please don't send money? I'm just trying to clarify for everyone in the audience what the possibilities are, what could happen.
Yeah, I think it, obviously, if there's no vote of the school committee to do something, and you just so you use example since you asked the question, Jen, if you were to choose to do that, I would say that, any citizen has a right to kind of say whatever they want, right? I would be concerned that just because of the official title that each of the members of the school committee holds, that it certainly is going to bring the school committee and the school district into it. So I would be cautious about that. I would also say that as counsel to the school district, I'm really not in a position to be advising individuals about the liability to them that might attach. So I'm most most comfortable sort of responding based on the risk to the school district, because that's my responsibilities to the school committee, school district as entities.
I do have one other quick question, if I may. So for some reason, there's some feedback here. Positive feedback, I'm happy to say, just kidding. So you had mentioned that it might be appropriate to try to change zoning around schools and things. I would suggest that a zoning attorney or someone more familiar with the Dover Amendment might be able to answer that more thoroughly, because I believe it's a Gordian knot. And I mean, I'd hate to go forward with something like that and end up with nothing in the end. So I'm under the impression that the Dover Amendment allows for pretty much anything. And so I just wanted to kind of tamper those words, because I feel like it sounds like we can just go rush a zoning change, which is always slow and always requires 2/3 vote of the town council, and on and on and on. And also, I'm not sure of the legality of that. I'm sorry to challenge you on that, but I'm just concerned.
No,
about
let me
sense.
clarify the point. What I was really expressing. So, right, Dover Amendment applies only when the project relates to religious purposes, right? So what I was really talking about is the possibility of other types of projects that would present the same type of concern about safety, right? So there are probably other businesses. Take one that I don't know that's still true, but there might have been a time when, if there's a bar down the street, a restaurant, or something like that, there might be a concern about, gee, should you have a bar next to a school? And so I was more thinking about the circumstances outside of the religious exemption, but where, the prior question was around what could we do proactively. It really was around the idea of, if we're thinking about these things, I'm not familiar enough with the sort of the layout of all your buildings within the town, proximity to other places of development, but rather whether there was just simply a conversation that you could have with the town about, hey, you know what, let's think about these types of things, and have a conversation as to whether or not there is some other pathway. It was really more that than the religious organization in particular, because as you say, the Dover Amendment does make exceptions, right? So even when you have zoning laws in place, the whole purpose of the Dover Amendment is to allow for exceptions for religious organizations doing things for religious purposes.
And educational
I
institutions.
apologize for confusion on that.
And educational institutions. So not just religious, but also educational. That's also important. It's not just
You
not
are
just
correct
religious.
on that.
So I just have one question with regard to individual comments. If an individual is interested in speaking from an individual perspective, is that permissible to be done during a school committee meeting that we're conducting?
So are you referring to individual school committee members or members of the public?
I'm talking about if somebody wants to, if we want to speak as individuals, expressing our opinion, is the appropriate venue during a school committee meeting?
Yeah.
Or should it be reserved for addressing at a public hearing rather than
Sure.
during a school committee meeting?
So I think in the context of expressing concern around one of your core functions, as has been articulated by a couple of members tonight, that you're talking about essentially an issue of student safety, of school safety. That's within the school committee's purview to be concerned about those things and to talk about those things. If we are talking now about individuals sort of beyond that scope, just expressing concern about the project because for whatever reason, it's a more personal belief rather than the the one driven by the discussion on school safety, then that's a different story, right? Because you're not talking about something in that context, which is within the purview of the school committee. School committees are supposed to have their meetings limited to things that are within their authority. As we've talked about tonight, sort of approval of a project is not, but safety concerns with regard to our schools and our students certainly are. So I think it's largely a function of what's the context of the conversation, and certainly what are you putting on the agenda. There's nothing wrong with the conversation we're having tonight, because the school committee is seeking to understand its authority, and to explore what it might be able to do on the issues of safety for its students and its staff. We shouldn't discount that either. But if you were then to just say, well, let's have on the agenda a debate about the wisdom of this project, I would say that's beyond the school committee's authority and really should not be either on the agenda or permitted as a discussion point, because it's not, like I said, it's not within the school committee's authority to deal with that.
Thank you. Does anybody have any other? Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mark, so you noted that the Dover Amendment applies to religious organizations. Frankly, I'm at a loss. I can't speak as somebody that comes from a faith-based background of the last time that, say, they wanted to put a church or a synagogue or a mosque someplace and use the Dover Amendment as their rationale, and then that church, synagogue, or mosque posed a clear and present threat to the most vulnerable members in the community just based on its being there. That sounds peculiar to me. That the Dover Amendment, which is for religious organizations, that exemption, but we don't generally hear about religious organizations posing a clear and present threat to the most vulnerable members of the community. I just wanted to establish that. Mark, next. You noted, and I just want some clarity, and just to establish a couple things. So this is a regional shelter that we're talking about. This is not a shelter for the neighbors in need just in the town of Barnstable. This is a shelter for the neighbors in need across the Cape. Okay, so the idea is, based on this amendment and this religious exemption, which I've just said, is for me a stretch. It's a stretch. That's for me. That we're going to place a shelter for the neighbors in need from an entire region about a football field away from a school. That's the theory. So, Mark, I'm not understanding why, if it was the decision of the school committee, because of clear health and safety concerns, that this shelter was not a good idea and would cause the school committee to be very reactive and take further steps. Why would we not be able to send a letter to these towns who would consider funding this project to send their neighbors in need less than a football field away from one of our schools? And I'll just finish. I'll let you go ahead and speak, because the second part of this for me, Mark, is that should this project be approved, and we are in a position where we now have this situation in real time. As a teacher, community member, there's no reactive position that we can have. We must be proactive in terms of addressing this and not have a position of, well, if the inevitable happens, then we'll. So my follow-up question to this is, how do we frame the legal responsibility? How do we make it clear what the legal responsibility is of HAC, of Catholic Charities, of whatever entity is responsible for 50 neighbors in need from across the region, 100 yards away from the school? How is it clear to everybody from the beginning whose legal responsibility it is should those 50 individuals negatively impact our schools? I can restate those questions if you need, but those are my 3 questions.
Yeah, I think I understand them, Andre. So as I said before, I think the question about the steps and communicating to other towns, just use that as the example, because that's, I think, what you used, as sort of voicing concern about the project, requesting that they not fund the project. My biggest concern about what you're talking about is I don't have all the information necessary to be able to evaluate the risk of that. Okay, as I said, as an example, there are types of claims out there that are called like tortious interference with contractual relations or advantageous relations. Those turn out a lot of different facts. I don't have enough information about all the facts at this point to be able to tell you with any certainty whether that's fine or it's not fine. And that's why I think for me, it's a gray area and something I'd advise against. I'm not saying to you that I couldn't have more facts that would allow me, right, would allow me to give you a more definitive answer, or, the stop sign or a green light. But right now, as we're talking about it, I don't have that kind of information. And so that's really why I'm advising the way I am. On the second question, which I understand to be sort of, if something happens associated with the shelter, and presumably, I'm assuming in their context, it would be somebody taking advantage of the shelter, using it, and that person or persons causes some harm to schools. You can communicate anything you wish about that issue, right? If you wanted to say I think I'm reading your question right, but correct me if I'm wrong. If, for example, X were to happen and a person were to be assaulted by a person who is using the shelter, they would be responsible. They being the shelter would be responsible, or not. There's nothing that stops you from saying that, right? And it's certainly in this context, it's fair to say it is not the school committee that is responsible for what happens based on what individuals who are utilizing the shelter, what they do, right? Either they're responsible for it or not. But I cannot ignore the possibility that if we go back to what are the security measures that the school takes for its buildings generally, right? Most schools these days are locked, right? If you had a door that's locked in one of those buildings that's near the shelter and it's propped open and somebody wanders in and causes harm, and that person is affiliated with the shelter in some way, there's multiple people there who are responsible for that. Now, one of those is the school district for leaving the door open, right? So I think the law, there's lots of law, there's lots of litigation over who's at fault for certain things that happen. There can be criminal liability, right, that would attach to the person who committed the offense. There can also be financial liability to others involved. That person, in this case, the shelter, in the scenario made up, possibly the school district or municipality. So I think your question really is how do you communicate clearly? I'm going to probably give you an answer you don't like, which is there's a reason lawyers are busy. That's because things aren't always clear. They're always fact-based issues. And, as much as I think you can communicate to your community that you're opposing this project, that if there are concerns, those concerns should be brought to the municipal officials involved. They should be brought to Catholic Charities. If they bring them to you, you'll pass them on. But there are some things that is very, very difficult to answer with certainty because there's so many different factual circumstances that can occur. So sorry, I couldn't give you a more clear answer, a more clean-cut answer than that.
Thank you, Mark. That was helpful.
Mike?
So not speaking for the entire committee, but I'll speak for myself, and this is kind of for you, Mark, and kind of for you, Kathy. So the way this was written tonight was that we were having a discussion. Would I, Mark, you're our lawyer, I guess I can ask you. Can I make a motion that we do a letter, or is that going to be outside the bounds because this was only a discussion issue?
So so your question is really kind of like an open meeting law
Yeah.
type of question.
Sorry,
which
I
is-
kind of swapped subjects on you.
No, that's fine. So the obligation of the open meeting law is to give notice to the community as to what topics are going to be discussed, which you have. Once the topic is on the table, it is up to the school committee to take any action that it deems appropriate based on the topic. In this case, you would put the topic of the shelter on the agenda, even though it's been framed as a discussion with me. What I usually advise clients on is to be consistent with their approaches, right? And the idea is that some school committees will, on their agenda, indicate very specifically what they're going to vote on and what's just for discussion purposes. I advise people, generally speaking, to respect those boundaries when they put them in place, because you are telling the community to some degree what your intentions are. And, if you are not sort of following through on what your intentions were, discussion versus vote, there's a possibility that people who would want to hear a discussion would only show up if there's a vote. So it is legal, it is permissible for you to move forward with a motion of any kind related to the issue that we're talking about, because you put the topic on the agenda. But if your protocols are typically to identify topics that would be things you're going to vote on, and you didn't do that, my advice in this circumstance would be, be more specific about it and take up that issue at your next school committee meeting.
Okay, let me ask you a couple follow-ups. So first of all, we've talked about this at several school committee meetings. Anybody who's ever watched any of our school committee meetings, we've kind of said over and over and over and over and over again that we want to, that there was the discussion about sending a letter, but we didn't want to pull the trigger on that until we had you at a meeting. So would that be, whether our protocols, whatever our protocols are, the fact that we've told the public in multiple meetings that we were going to, once we talked to you, we were going to do a letter, I would assume that would be kind of giving them notice that we very well, anybody who's watched any of our previous meetings knew as soon as we were going to have a conversation with you, we were going to kind of have that conversation also. So I would assume that kind of clears that up.
Yeah, it's so when you're talking about the open meeting law, like I said, the agenda is sufficient to allow you to do it no matter what you've talked about in the past. Okay. It really is a question of, do you feel like you've given that notice to the community? And I don't mean that from a legal perspective. I mean that more from a community relations perspective. From what you just shared, it certainly sounds like you have done that. Okay. And that the chances of people who are interested or concerned about this issue not knowing that that was the plan, it's probably fairly small. So I think with that, the committee can feel comfortable moving forward. Again, from a compliance perspective, that really isn't necessary. You have put the topic on the agenda, and that's sufficient for you to take the vote.
Okay. I got one other question. This is maybe more for, I don't know, maybe you, Kathy, or maybe you, Mark, because you've written these letters before. Is it something that I would really have a real hard time of sitting here and dissecting words and writing the letter sitting here? Like, because that's just, I mean, I've been involved in writing those letters, and it takes a little bit of time to write them and go over them. Is that something that you, as our attorney, think that you should be involved in writing that letter? Like, is that something between you and we kind of give Kathy and you the general gist, and you guys kind of come up with the verbiage? Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, it does. Usually, and I believe your policies say this, that the chair is the spokesperson for the school committee. Yep. That's sort of default policy in the Commonwealth. So if the committee were to vote tonight to send a letter, it would fall to the chair to draft that letter. Given the sensitivity of it, I would suggest that after Kathy has drafted it, I'd be happy to take a look at it and just make sure it doesn't potentially raise any points of concern from a legal perspective. But that approach that you've outlined is appropriate, Mike. I think trying to wordsmith a letter as a group of five while in a posted meeting on camera with a room full of people waiting for other things.
I remember we did that once. We were there for like 5.5 hours, and we still didn't come up with it. We just said, let's do it later.
No,
so for all of your time, I don't think anybody wants to be here for 5.5 hours as we're dissecting every word. So
my advice to you would be, if that's where the school committee is going to go in this conversation, take a vote, would be to highlight sort of the key points of concern that you want to see addressed in the letter, and authorize the chair, more specifically in this case, to draft the letter subject to review of council, and then to send a letter on the committee's behalf.
So having said that, I will make a motion that we authorize the, wait a minute. What am I reading? Move to direct the chair to send a letter expressing the school committee's concerns regarding the proposed shelter to and have it reviewed by our legal counsel.
Second.
Get a motion seconded.
All right, I have a motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Thank you
everybody.
very
Have a
much,
good night.
Mark.
As all of you have worked with me for a while, I think you all know that when something of this magnitude, I always do run it by the appropriate council and people in the district.
And just a point of information, the committee will review the letter before we vote on it. It's not just.
I can send it out. I'll send it
I'm
out
gonna wanna
before
see
I
the
send
letter,
it. Sure.
Yeah.
I'll
Thank you.
send it out before I send it. So I'll draft it, send it over, have it reviewed, and then share it. And then if you want further revisions,
Perfect.
I'll send
Thank
it
you.
out. Public comment? Oh, no? Oh, no, I was wrong. I took notes in two different places. Okay. Highlight in education, item 3.1, the Barnstable High School Seal of Biliteracy Program and Graduates. And I believe we have Principal Canetta with us.
Yes, I also see Mr. Cody Small, who is our World Language Department Head, and several of our students, I think, are here.
They're all hiding in the hallway. Come on in.
Glad everyone showed up for the high school experience. This is great. All right. And then, is Layla behind? Is Layla behind you all? Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name's Jason Canetta. I'm the building principal at the high school. This is my 4th year in the district. My first 2 years, I was the building principal at BIS. On behalf of the faculty and staff, I want to say thank you for the opportunity for a few little highlights at the high school. I'd be here for a month if I highlighted everything that's been going on, but there's a few things of recent that I'd like to highlight. Before I get into it, I do want to say congratulations and happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our staff, not just at the high school, but to all of our educators in the district. Your attention to detail, your focus, your efforts do not go unnoticed, so I just want to say thank you to all of our educators and enjoy the week. So today, I am going to talk about a few highlights at the high school, the first being the Seal of Biliteracy here at the high school. And before I bring Mr. Small up, I just want to let the hundreds and thousands in the audience know, if they don't know what the Seal of Biliteracy is, it is an award that is provided by the state-approved districts, us being one of them, that recognizes high school graduates who attain high functional and academic levels of proficiency in not only English as a world language and recognition, but having studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages by high school graduation. And at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Cody Small to come up. He's going to talk a little bit more about the Seal of Biliteracy.
Hello, everybody. So in addition to Department Head of World Languages, I'm also the Seal of Biliteracy Coordinator at the high school. I'm joined by 10-ish of our amazing Seal of Biliteracy recipients. So I'm going to be giving them a certificate, and we're going to have some students to talk, and I'm going to go over the program just like at a general level. It's a complex program, but I'm going to try to break it down as simply as I can. It's a catch-all term, so the Seal of Biliteracy is a catch-all term for 3 different credentials we actually offer at the high school. It's, as Mr. Kenneth said, provided to students with demonstrated proficiency in English and at least 1 other language. For the first time ever, we have a student who's getting English and 3 other languages. so it's pretty impressive. And students do earn the seal of literacy in multiple languages. So we have the global seal of literacy, the state seal of literacy, and the state seal of literacy with distinction, which is the highest tier of credential. I do want to point out, in Massachusetts, we like to be a little better than everybody else. So our standard for the seal of literacy is actually higher than most of the country. So we are one of 13 states that requires like the highest level of language proficiency to get the seal of literacy. So briefly, the global seal, it's entry level, it's career focused. It requires what's called an intermediate mid proficiency level, and it requires students who have met English graduation requirements. It comes with a digital certificate as well as a physical certificate, which you can see right there. And some colleges do provide credits for the global seal. The global seal is actually the same as the seal in most of the country, so a lot of colleges do provide credits for the global seal as well. Unfortunately, DESE does not recognize it, but it's still a very, very impressive credential. And the digital profile that the students actually get from getting the global seal is very, very impressive. It's almost like you can link your LinkedIn, digital resume, and employers can verify that those students have that language ability. The big one is the state seal. So it requires an intermediate high. It's one of our language standards. A 472 or higher on the grade 10 ELA MCAS. It goes on the student's, it's an insignia, it looks just like that. It goes on a student's diploma and transcript. Most state colleges, universities now offer up to 15 credits for students who obtain the seal of literacy. UMass Amherst is one of the newer ones, as well as Dartmouth. They offer 12 credits for the standard seal and 15 credits for the with distinction, which is actually double most AP courses, so it's pretty impressive. It comes with workplace and military benefits, as well as earning students the global seal as well. So the students who get the state seal also get that digital profile and the nice certificate. The distinction, so this is the highest tier of credential. It requires a very, very high level of language. It's an advanced low, it's called. It requires a high MCAS score as well, of a 501 or higher. Again, right on the transcript and diploma, and credits to state colleges, universities, they tend to offer a little more. And this gets a higher level on the global seal as well. It's working fluency. Interestingly enough, the test that we use, Delta Airlines uses for their language testing. So if you guys ever want to be a flight attendant, you guys can go be a flight attendant and get paid extra to speak those languages on the planes. We did a ton of testing this year. So I'm happy to say that thanks to everybody, we made testing free for all eligible students. Not all districts do that, but in this district we do. Typically, students do have to pay for testing. 120 students took over 130 language assessments for the seal of literacy, which is our largest participation ever. We tested 7 languages this year: Chinese, French, Haitian Creole, Jamaican Creole, Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish. And part of the reason I love the seal so much is because we have our multilingual learners who participate in testing and world language students. And it's very empowering for both groups. So these are our expected results. We still have a couple results still pending. We have 14 students get the global seal. We had 32 students obtain the state seal, so the standard seal. 4 of those who have 2 languages. We massively increased our seal of literacy with distinction graduates this year to 11. 2 of those students got 2 languages. 1 of our students has 3. So total seal graduates are 57, or 17% of the graduating class. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is with the high level of language that it requires. It's pretty standard. Very impressive because we actually lead the CAPE for students that obtain that. And then, or we did last year, I don't know this year. And then for sole state seal graduates, we have 43, so that's 13% of the graduating class. And we've been going up and up and up, pretty much with the exception of the COVID years where there was a dip. We've been going up with 43 this year. We had 40 last year. And that percentage of graduates is going up as well. This year we have some sophomores who have actually qualified, which is, again, very impressive. We have some juniors who have qualified. We already have given out 11 global seal of literacy to sophomores and juniors. We had 6 sophomores and juniors who qualified for the state seal, and then we already have a junior who's qualified for the seal with distinction in Latin. Impressive. I do have our students that are gonna come get a award and they're gonna speak, but I wanted to, about the program itself, answer any questions that anyone might have.
All right, Mike?
I just have one question. I was kind of surprised when I was talking to one of the kids I do driver's ed, and I was talking to one of the kids, and they were doing the testing that week, and I didn't realize, has it always been that you offered that many languages? Or the sale of biliteracy in that many languages? I always thought it was only like the ones that we had in our school. I didn't realize it was, has that always been and I just was dumb and didn't know it, or is it?
I can only speak for my time in this role.
Yep.
I'm not totally sure about the years previous. It was kind of, I'm not sure if people knew so much about it and knew that we offered it. Part of the success that I've seen is almost like an opt-out program. So I assume everybody wants to test, especially if they're an upper level world language. I'm assuming that everybody wants to take a shot at it. I can't really say. I don't believe so. I don't believe we've ever had this many languages.
Okay, because my son took 4 years of Mandarin, and yet he never took the test. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was, he would have taken it, I would think.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if it was kind of like, so you're expanding the program to include more languages.
Right. We're
Okay.
kind of transitioning from a sign up if you know about it to an opt out. Unless you
Okay.
don't
Oh,
want to
yeah.
take
That's
it.
okay.
So-
Now I understand what you mean by the opt out. I get it.
Yeah, so I assume every world language student wants to take it at level 4 or AP, and then I really target all of our MLs who have met the English requirements. I'm going to go after them and try to get them signed up.
Okay. Cool.
And
Well,
that is-
excellent. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Jen?
Just a comment, I think it's fantastic that we're embracing people whose strength is maybe another language, and then they're learning our language, which is incredibly difficult. And so I just like the way that we're looking from top to bottom and the other way around, and just trying to support all people that are speaking. And my husband's from Mexico, so we speak Spanish in our house a little bit, and it's really helped us a lot. It's helped me a lot. I was a late language learner. I read a lot of dead languages, like I did Latin and ancient Greek. And then I learned French. I had like 9 years of French, and I had to have that to pass my master's degree in Latin and ancient Greek. And then I fell in love with a guy from Mexico, and I learned Spanish. And all of those, now anything that comes out of my mouth in a foreign language is only Spanish. But I mean, all of those were like a cumulative thing, and it's just really made me appreciate that I can travel really all over the place. Even in Italy, they understood my bad Spanish. So it's a real gift, and it's a gateway, and I love that. So thank you.
Of course.
Any other comments? Andre?
Thank you, Chair. I like the fact that students can use this as they're moving on to college and then as they go on into the workforce. Certainly the ability to speak different languages, particularly, again, Mandarin, Chinese, given the size of that market, it makes them quite a sought-after candidate. So that's good to hear.
All right.
So thank you. Bring the students up.
Yeah, so Caitlin's going to come and talk a little bit, and then we'll have Vitor Coelho and Audrey Gonzalez. This is Caitlin Ward-Pryor.
Hi. So obviously I'm Caitlin. I took the SEAL test last year as a junior, and I didn't really think that I was going to get it. I thought once I'm in AP Spanish, then maybe then I'll be good enough to get it. And I really just didn't think that I was going to do it then, see what I need to improve on, and then my senior year when I'm in AP Spanish, then I'll probably get it and try again. But I took it, and I got the state seal my junior year because of, I honestly think a lot of it is because of our awesome teachers that we have. The language program here is really great, and I've always felt really our language teachers know how to teach. They know how to, really, they care about us, and that made a huge difference. And I was able to use my SEAL to help me with getting into colleges and just make myself stand out more. And now so what I want to do is I want to be an international economist. So having that state SEAL is going to be really helpful for that, being able to put that on my resume and show future employers what I have to offer and what makes me stand out. And yeah. Thank you.
Vitor, come on up.
Go ahead.
I just got one question for
Oh, I'm sorry.
Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Caitlin. So you got it in junior year. You took it again in senior year?
I did not.
Okay, so my question with that is, say you get the state, you get the 3 different levels, right? So maybe this is a question for him, I'm sorry. But, so if you get the junior year, she got 1 level, could she take it again and try to get a higher certification, I guess? Or I don't know how you want to describe it. Or once you pass it, do you have to you can't take it again?
You can take it again. One
Does
of the
it-
paths through the seal is through the AP test. Caitlin's in AP Spanish, so that would be her taking it
Oh,
again. this
yeah,
year.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, so right now I know that she has the standard seal, but she might improve, but based on her AP test results.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, so I passed it first try. I got
Yep.
high enough to get all the state seal, but a bunch of like my friends and people who like other students that took it, they would get the requirements in like 3 categories but miss it in 1, and so they're able to retake it like within a few weeks and try to get that again, because if you're only missing one part, instead of having to just wait a whole nother year to redo the whole thing, you're able to just retest in that one part to hopefully either bump you up to a higher seal or just to get that global seal in general.
All right. Bonsoir. Hello. So my name is Vitor Coelho. I'm a senior at the high school. I am the person you have heard who has the 3 seals. So last year, my junior year, I took the exam in French, passed it first try. And then this year, I was going to take the Portuguese exam because I do speak Portuguese at home. I come from a Brazilian family, so that's something that's encouraged in the home. But I asked Mr. Small if I could take the Spanish exam because I do have a fairly good level of Spanish. I took a program during the summer through the State Department to Ecuador, basically to represent our local community and that sort of thing. And and that was my proof to him that I should take the Spanish exam, so I did. And I passed both Portuguese. I passed Portuguese with distinction, and Spanish, just a regular seal. But hey, it's still a seal, so I'm not saying anything. And yeah, to have such an important skill to be able to speak 3 other languages along with English, to me, is something that I'm incredibly proud of. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Small for giving me the opportunity to be able to take this exam and show that I am fluent in these languages. And like Caitlin said, it is something that is going to be so useful in the future. I plan to study international relations and hopefully work in government and that sort of thing. AP testing with government this week has been a little interesting. Maybe dissuade me to not take it, but it's definitely useful for the future. And this is something that I'm just so glad that we as a district have, that this is something that is free. It really makes me proud to be part of this department and also part of the school district in general. So, yeah.
So I want to pipe up and say, not only do you have to take a test, but you also have to prove that you're worthy of taking the test, is what I'm hearing. That's a big order. That's just an off-the-cuff comment. I do have a question, though.
Yes.
Is the entire exam written, or is there a verbal component?
So the exam tests you in 4 capacities. It tests you in writing, reading, speaking, and listening comprehension. That's you definitely have to be well-rounded. It's the 4 elements to speaking another language. And I mean, every section has its own challenges. Of course, some kids are definitely better at writing and speaking like I am, and then reading and listening were a little more difficult, but you're just tested in all 4 of those capacities. Thank you. I do try to be a responsible custodian of the World Languages budget, just saying about paying for testing. Audrey.
Hi, I'm Audrey. I'm a senior, and I got the state seal in French. I did take it last year, and I did not pass, and then I took it again this year, and I did pass. But I just want to talk about how, like, the program, the Seal by Literacy program, they're very forgiving. Mr. Small, he lets you take it if you've proven that you can show your skills, and if you didn't pass a certain section, like Vitor was saying, you can take it again. I've taken it 3 times now. I took it twice this year because I just passed 3 out of 4 sections. But they're very encouraging. They really want you to show your skills and prove that you can speak a different language and understand another language. And the program here is very robust, I would say. All the teachers are very encouraging. They really know what they're doing. And I'm going to be minoring in French next year in college. And the Seal of Illiteracy has earned me 12 credits towards my minor next year.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Audrey. All right, so I do have our list of all of our graduates up on the screen, but I do have a set of awards to go out to our students, and I'm gonna say what language they've received the seal in. So we have Sasha Lee Garrick, who's received the State Seal of Illiteracy with distinction in Jamaican Creole and English. I have Kyla Balestri.
If they'd like to line up in the front, then we can
Sure.
take a picture when you're done. Thank you.
Yeah, usually people go on
Yeah.
either side.
Okay. I have Kyla Balestri for having earned the State Seal of Illiteracy in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Caitlin Ward Pryor, who has earned the State Seal of Illiteracy in English and Spanish. That was in order. Kathleen Ramos, who has earned the State Seal of Illiteracy in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Our most decorated seal recipient ever, Vitor Coelho, who has earned the State Seal of Illiteracy with distinction in Portuguese and the State Seal in French, Spanish, and English. I have Bernice Van Horn, who has earned the Massachusetts State Seal of Illiteracy in English and Jamaican Creole. Audrey Gonzalez, who you just met, who has earned the State Seal of Illiteracy in English and French. And João Alves Miranda, who has earned the State Seal of Illiteracy with distinction in Portuguese and in English.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, everyone. We're so proud.
We are so proud. Pictures.
That's right.
Most of them to stay in position for you. That doesn't happen very often. Anybody want to take pictures?
The teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I will send these to Mr. Canetta and send them around. And we'll post them around for social media. Congratulations, everyone.
Nice job, everyone. Nice
Yes.
job.
So proud of you guys.
Nice job. Where's Vitor? He comes up here, just 3 seals like it's no big deal, right? Nice job.
Like any other day.
Yeah, it's just 3 seals, that's it. Just a regular day. All right.
All right, so we're on item 3.2, Project 351 Ambassador.
Yes. Real quick, before I forget, and Caitlin brought up just a quick comment about the staff, and I think it's very, very important, of course, this week being Teacher Appreciation Week, and, you know, our staff really go above and beyond, and the best thing that I hear each and every day is how impactful our staff is to our students. So quotes like that for myself as a building principal, that's the number one thing that you want to hear is how impactful our staff really is. But kudos to all the students for all the hard work and dedication and efforts that they put forward. Next, I am going to introduce Layla Notmeyer. She's back there, and her involvement in Project 351 before she comes up. Again, for the thousands in audience that don't know what Project 351 is, it's a nonprofit organization inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision of a beloved community and a fierce belief in the ultimate potential of young people. Founded in 2011 in partnership with Governor Duval Patrick, Project 351 encourages 8th graders representing Massachusetts' 351 cities and towns in a 5-year leadership continuum for skill development, civic engagement, career readiness, and transformative social impact. Each year, Project 351 honors Dr. King's life and legacy by convening a new class of 8th grade ambassadors who embrace this responsibility to lead and the determination to make a difference. Layla has been a part of Project 351 since the 8th grade. She first was selected as an ambassador, and then in the 9th grade, she continued her journey by joining the regional leadership team, where she became involved in more advanced projects. Now heading in her 10th grade year, she has chosen to remain a regional leader. And for me, this is my 4th year in the district. I knew Layla when she was a 7th grader. So I knew her at BIS, and she absolutely crushed it at BIS. She was one of our best students, and to see the students now come up to the high school and see how much they've grown from BIS to the high school, this is really the one thing that really drove me for this position. So we're only a sophomore. I can only imagine what the next few years bring. So without further ado, Leah, come on up.
Hi, I'm Layla. So, like he said, I was picked in 8th grade as ambassador, and there are 8th graders, one picked from each town in Massachusetts, so the 351 towns.
Oh, yeah.
And
Sorry, just clicked in.
it's okay. And in that, we do all sorts of leadership projects, both locally in the region, which I do more of. And we also do more statewide things. So, for example, we just completed our spring service clothing drive. So just alone from what I collected 10 bags of clothing for our community. But altogether, I believe the number was around 25,000 lives were impacted from the whole state and everything. They were like everyone's clothing drives together. And I also did one of those in 8th grade. And then last year, I completed a food drive right around, I believe, Thanksgiving, I think it was. And that went to a food pantry in Sandwich, I believe. And then also as a regional leader, since I do more local things, we complete Earth Day cleanups and beach cleanups and all that stuff. We plant little flowers and decorate pots for senior centers. And then every year we have a reunion with every member who's part of Project 351 at Gillette Stadium, which I was just at a couple weeks ago. And there we have service stations. And when I was there, I did the hygiene kits one. And then I also completed, we do one for mental health because May is the mental health month. And we embroider green bandanas for people. And then there's a food station where we can make food kits. Then there's another station to send kits to people in the military. And it's definitely, especially the hygiene kits, were definitely impacting people. There was a wait list even, and they had to get more supplies to make those. So wow. It's definitely.
All right, that's terrific. Any questions or comments?
That's incredible. I mean, you're making a huge impact at a very young age, and I hope that it just grows for you because you'll make more and more connections to positively affect change globally by doing this stuff. But how do we stay up to date on what you're doing, and how do we help?
I don't specifically have. I know we have more things that they're planning right now, so I usually put things around the school and stuff to advertise that. But then there's also different Instagrams for Project 351 as a whole, and they're constantly updating things. And then there's also, so Cape Cod is region 15, and there's 15 regions total. So there's different separate things for that.
We could just find it on social media and follow what you're doing there. Well, thanks for your commitment to making everything better for people. People you don't even see. You're impacting them positively. That's the number one thing about giving, right? So good job.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mike?
Oh, you can go, Andre. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So outstanding. Thank you for letting me know how we can follow this project, which I most certainly will do. I just wanted to understand, do you see yourself kind of going forward and maybe working with an organization like AmeriCorps or doing something related to social work, public service? I know the AmeriCorps workers were indispensable when we had the blizzard of 2026, and power was knocked out, and we had to have community members right at Barnstable Intermediate School because of that situation. So do you see yourself going forward and continuing to serve in a different capacity?
Yes, I haven't necessarily thought about any specific other organizations, but I do know Project 351. There's even people who are in college now who still come back and participate and help, so I'll probably definitely do that.
Mike?
Excellent job. Isn't it hard getting up here and talking? Everybody thinks it's easy until you come up, and then you're like, oh, you did a really good job. It's like you did a really, really good job. It's very nerve-wracking. Like, everybody thinks, oh, it's not going to be a big deal. And then when you get up here, you just kind of like, I remember when I first got on the school committee, coming up and like, oh, it's going to be easy. And like the first 6 months, I was like, it just, and I'd go home and watch it. And the worst thing in the world, don't go home and watch it, because it's like makes it way worse. Excellent job. Just whenever whenever young adults come up and talk about what they're doing, it makes me feel so inferior to what I did in high school. Honestly, like, you're doing unbelievable work, and like, I can't even dream of doing stuff like that as 8th grader or sophomore in high school or anything. So fantastic work. I mean, this is kind of I see parents over there, big grins on their face, all proud mom and dad moment. So excellent job. Just keep doing what you're doing. If there's anything that we can do, I'm sure Mr. Canetta will help you out in any way, but like, just thank you. Honestly, thank you as a human being. Like, just thank you, because we need more people. Everybody likes to complain about stuff, but we need more people that just do good, like, for no other reason other than doing good, and that's you're one of those. So thank you for everything you're doing. Just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time. Everybody said it all, so I'll let you loose. So you can go home.
Mom, Dad, you want a picture?
Yeah. Come on up and get a picture.
Layla has set the bar high at our school, and I'm going to conclude with one final highlight, and I'm not going to let you know the highlight. I'm going to let you all know that you're going to have to tune into WCVB Channel 5 for the High Five. We have a student that was nominated for the High Five. I have not had a student since 2012 at Randolph High School. This is a humongous award, and if I start saying why this student got it, I'm going to blow the cover. So for the millions that are watching in attendance tonight, you need to tune in next Wednesday, I believe, for the WCVB High Five, and we are very fortunate to have a student that really represents what it means to be a Red Hawk. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Thank you. All right, routine business, student envoy report.
Hello. Okay, we had a very busy month this last month and coming up especially since we're seniors, and unfortunately Leah was not here, cannot make it tonight, but we definitely have a very senior kind of perspective heavy.
Yeah.
Just because, May is our last month of classes, graduation coming up, so
All the big events.
yeah. So before we get into the future, kind of backtracking to last month, we talked about how NEASC was coming, and so they came, and it was great. I was in one of the like breakout sessions where I got to talk to them about our pathways, and I was chosen to talk about the math pathways, but we kind of ended up just talking like in general about all of like our core classes, and then there was 2 days of where like we talked about the core classes one day, and then the like pathways was another day. And so we kept kind of straying off into the pathways since we have so many amazing pathways, and they're like, okay, so what about the core classes? So we kept having to kind of like go back and talk about that, but it was really great. And just from what I heard from like, and we gave them a tour too, so they were really impressed with just like our school and like
The facilities.
and just like everything to do with what we were talking about. So that was great. And
Like one thing I want to mention about that is that like every student that I know that was able to speak for the people who were coming, they were so excited to be able to talk about Barnstable and the different, like as you said, the different pathways that we have, and just their involvements in the school. So like I have a friend who is super involved in the fashion pathway, and they were so excited, as well as a friend very involved in like the Spanish pathway, and they were so excited to be able to like give their own input to these people from the state. So that was really amazing to see like that student perspective.
yeah, especially in my group too. We had one kid who it doesn't really get much involved in like school stuff and like just like anything other than just going to class and like going home. But he was able to talk about our like powerlifting class and kind of that section of our school, which isn't talked about a lot, which was really great to hear, because even for me personally, I don't know much about it, so that was really great to hear.
Okay. And then obviously in April we had our our break. So that was a good time for especially like students in AP classes or higher level classes to get some time into practice before AP exam season. So that's right now. So we're in the midst of it, as Vitor mentioned before, with like whatever tests he's taking, but we'll be taking AP Spanish soon, next week. She took, what did you take this?
Yeah, I have a push this week, which for some reason one of our teachers' concerns was that during the AP test we have our rolling rally parade, which is very fun, but unfortunately will probably be loud, even though we've moved outside, which is great, but still definitely our stable time or hawk time causes commotion throughout the entire school. So just making sure not to violate the AP College Board regulations on testing environments.
Yeah.
Definitely just something to keep in mind when like scheduling out stuff like that. But yeah.
And another thing with that is obviously we have construction going on in the 1400s. So we've been able to like relocate where AP testing exams are being taken. It's not like particularly in a loud area, but I know some people have like not complained, but just like mentioned people trying to come into classes and kind of causing like a little bit of a commotion during AP testing. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and because one of the main rooms that a lot of the AP tests are taking in is now in construction, so we've had to relocate all of those tests. And especially for me last year, one of my smaller exams was in just like a classroom. So there was a class going on in the room like conjoined to it, like there's a door connecting the two rooms, and the entire time the teacher was yelling about their lesson plans and had a very rowdy group of 8th graders. So during the entire exam we were just hearing everything going on, and our test proctor was going in and talking to her multiple times, and it just didn't really do anything. So it was kind of just a distracting element to our already stressful AP exam. But hopefully this year they've kind of spread out the exams. Many of them are in the field house, which is very isolated from the rest of the classroom, so that will be a big help. And also with that, so for the AP exams, we have to use our school issue Chromebooks, which many of us in the first place just don't really use. So it's hard, like we have to get them, charge them, reboot them, restart Blue Book. And it also gets confusing for some people because for the SATs and the ACTs, we're allowed to use our personal computers. So it's kind of hard to like switch from, well, we can use the College Board on our personal for SATs, but not for the AP tests. And the Chromebooks are also very slow and like not the ideal testing device. Yes. So yeah.
Yeah, and then, like I mentioned before, we had April break, and right after that, we had very fun week. We had a fashion show and art show this past Friday, where a bunch of students were able to display the artworks that they've been working on throughout the entire year. It was just like such a great night. It's one of my favorite events that we have at Barnstable, and I think it's like specifically the fashion show is one of the events that Barnstable hosts that just like makes us so distinguished from like other schools on Cape, because I don't really hear other schools talking about like their fashion pathway or like fashion shows. Maybe like throughout the whole state even, I'm not very sure, but just very amazing night, something to go to.
There's also a lot of work that people probably don't realize that goes into the fashion show. Like there's over like 150 kids that are a part of it, and because that's between the designers, the models, the people working like the lights and like the backstage stuff,
like choreography.
Yeah, like helping doing the timer. There's just so much that goes into it that I feel like a lot of people don't really realize, because they just think like, oh, the fashion kids, the couple people that take fashion will just walk out and model their stuff, but there's like almost like around 150 kids that help out and run it, so it's really nice.
And there was also like great photos from that posted on Barnstable Public Schools, so those were amazing just to display like artwork of kids. That was amazing.
We're also having our Miss McFarland, our scholarship coordinator, is having a scholarship recognition night on, I believe it's next week. I think so, but there's a ton of seniors who have gotten scholarships so far, so it's really great to like recognize those and see like kind of what our hard work is like accomplishing, and the local scholarships too, get to like see the students who have received these scholarships, so that's really great, and just being able to be recognized for everything that you've done.
We also wanted to mention we're both part of yearbook, so we finished our yearbook. So that's just a fun little thing to share. So that'll be getting shared out soon with our seniors, and just a really fun way to capture our senior moments. And another thing, we had our SHS induction, that's Spanish Honor Society. So we inducted new members into the Honor Society, and they came to the first meeting of the year this week, actually, and they'll be continuing on into next year doing like community service hours and stuff like that to give back to the community. So that was very fun to be able to honor them in that way.
And I know for Math Honor Society, the applications have gone out, and National Honor Society, hopefully soon they'll start reaching out to kids and inviting them to join the society. Another little senior thing is that we're getting our time capsules back, which I honestly forgot about, but it's really nice to just like see all those memories from your 8th grade year, which is like so long ago, and it's so nice that the teachers are still doing it, and like because it really makes a huge impact. I know some kids just like they wait every year, they just like, oh, I can't wait to see my time capsule, I can't wait for my time capsule. And it's great seeing all like the notes from people that you either have gone to different schools now or might not be as close with, and seeing which ones you are still close with. It's really nice to open.
And another thing that happened that's happening this week, our Club Hope Squad that we're both members of, which is working to bring mental health awareness to the local community and specifically within our school. We're having a Hope Squad, a Hope Week. So like I have a pin on, if you can see it. I have a pin on. It's like to support mental health awareness. And so we're doing like a full week that's just making sure that people at our school are aware of the club and what it stands for. And so if they ever need to reach out, they know who we are. And they can also participate if they would like.
Yeah, and it's also to just raise awareness, like she said, for not only mental health, and that we're here for you, but also that if you want to be a part of this, you can, and just encourage people to join. And yeah, so each day we had a different thing. So the first day we were spreading encouragement. We were giving fist bumps to everyone and putting positive encouragement little sticky notes in the bathrooms. So that was really nice. I've had multiple people come up to me and say, "Oh, I saw your guys' sticky notes in the bathroom. That was so nice." And then on green on Tuesday we had green out, so we all wore green. It's green, we see you, you're seen, we're wearing green. And so that people know who the Hope Squad members are also, so that they know who they can come to if they need anything. And then today we did beads. So during lunches, you could go and get beads that they represented different parts of mental health. Green was if you were affected by, if a military personnel that is affected by mental health. Pink is if you know someone affected by mental health. And they just kind of all had different correlations, so you could pick whatever mattered to you if you've been affected by it, and then just wear those beads. So
Yeah, and then also with that, Hope Squad or BHS Hope Squad is joining all the other Hope Squads on Cape in the walk for the Sharing Kindness Walk, which is organized by that organization. And it's kind of it's just a walk around in Hyannis and it's raising funds for mental health, research and stuff like that. Go ahead.
So the DECA Club, they also went to ICDC's over vacation, and it was really great because we had a lot of different, some people went for role plays. We got to present our school store, the Hawk's Nest. We were presenting our vending machine that we have, and also the bistro. So those all got to be presented at DECA ICDC's in Georgia, which was really neat and great for those kids to experience. We had about 13 kids, I think, go to that. So it was really great, and they did pretty good.
Yeah, they got an award for the school store.
Yeah.
All right. And then another thing we wanted to mention, like I mentioned before, the fashion show and the art show, there was a show. There was the Lion King, I think this past weekend. I think it was 4 shows. And it was really, I didn't get to attend, but I heard from my friends that it was such a great experience to see these younger students really just starting in local theater. Maybe having it at the school is so much easier to access, because while we have local theater that's separate from the schools, it's kind of harder for some students to kind of attain that. So having it local to the school is so much better, is so much easier for these students who are interested in pursuing theater and the local arts. So that was a very amazing thing to see.
Yeah, because a lot of kids, when they come to, because this show was put on by the 4-5 and the 6-7, so it's all younger kids. So when they get to high school now, they'll know if they're interested in that, which is really great, because usually when kids get to high school, they're I don't know, kind of unsure. But now all these kids will get a chance to be a part of that, starting out as soon as they get to the high school. Yeah, so we have AP tests coming up, coming back to that. They've changed the rules a little bit, or not even rules, but before it was you come at your set time, which is either 8 a.m. or 12 p.m., just get there a few minutes before. But now they want you to come in at either 7:20 or 11:20, so 40 minutes before your exam starts, which kind of makes it difficult, because I've heard from multiple kids who are taking the afternoon one that that means that they get 10 minutes of lunch. So they kind of have to just go grab their lunch and then go to the exam. And for the morning ones, I know for me personally, my teachers, they usually do a little get together before to either help prep and just get together, make sure everyone's here. So now we have to come in 20 minutes earlier to school to just reconvene before the exams, which just makes it even harder to get a full good night's sleep when you have to come in extra early for those exams. But it's definitely good to make sure that everyone's things are ready and working before the test actually starts.
And then we also wanted to mention, this is kind of senior focused, but we're having, the prom is set date for May 22nd, so we'll be all dressed up and having so much fun. The theme is Great Gatsby, so we're really looking forward to that. We're both on the prom committee, so we've had like a lot of fun being able to work with other students as well as our advisor, Ms. Holland, to create an event that's just for everyone at the juniors, seniors, and we're really excited to see that. And then for prom tickets is a little difficult, not having like a digital form of payment, like that you could access like right there in the moment while we're selling, because we do only take cash or check, because there are difficulties just with like school like law or rules. We did like get a link on My School Bucks for online payment, but that even had a little bit of difficulty. But it would be a lot more easier if we could use like Venmo or PayPal or something like that to be able to get that like payment right while we're selling tickets.
Yeah, and we talked about doing it through the Hawk's Nest, because in the Hawk's Nest you can pay for snacks and stuff with Apple Pay, which would make it like 10 times easier for kids to just pay right there. But it didn't go through. There's a lot of like logistics with that that need to be figured out, and just like, yeah, kind of similar with the Venmo, because you don't want it to be in like personal accounts, and like just making sure that everything is like not like school appropriate. I don't know. So that was definitely something that could be improved for next year. Also with our prom, it's senior only, which I know a lot of schools, at least all the other schools that I've like know of, they have junior and senior proms. So then a lot of the seniors who don't have dates end up just bringing all the juniors, because all the juniors want to come. So then we end up just giving our tickets to them. Whereas instead of just having it be a junior senior prom like most schools do. Yeah.
And then also another senior event that we're planning to have is a boat cruise in Boston, which we're really looking forward to. It's going to be from 9:30 to 4. Like, we'll be leaving from the school at 9:30, enjoying the cruise on the Boston Harbor, for all seniors who want to come and participate. So that's going to be a very fun night. I know there's like live music, and then there's also going to be food and just like beautiful views. So we're excited for that.
And we also, a lot of the sports senior nights have either happened or they're coming up next week. So that's a really great way to wrap up the seasons for all of the spring sports teams. Because our last day of classes is the 28th, and then our senior trip is the 29th. So it's coming up really soon. And our final exams are the week of they start the week before our last day. There's like one that day, I think, and then the next week is the rest of them. It's also kind of difficult because some of the classes with like juniors in them, like some of the mixed classes, it's like we have to take our final while they're just in class, which kind of just makes it tricky and like a little awkward, especially for the teachers trying to plan a lesson for the kids to do while also giving us the final. Just thought that was interesting because I hadn't really thought about that until I saw the schedule and was like, oh, right, they're still in school. And just one other thing I want to add about the language pathways that we talked about. When you first start your language, you have to take it CP, which I was looking at my transcript today. That's the only CP class I've ever taken. So not that it harms my GPA, but having an option to do honors could definitely help some kids and even like encourage them to want to start a language. Because I know for me personally, I wanted to double up on a language. Like my sophomore year, I think I wanted to take Latin. But if I did that, it would have hurt my GPA because it would have had to be a CP class. And obviously when I was in 8th grade, I didn't know that I was going to want to do that one day. So I didn't kind of plan ahead to take multiple languages. But it's definitely just something that should be brought up. And then, of course, to end off our bathrooms. I honestly think that they've gotten worse. They're now multiple stalls are under construction and multiple bathrooms. They're just out of order and it's been multiple weeks. Many of them haven't been fixed. We did get one new toilet by the cafeteria, which was really nice. And they're still pretty flooded. And sinks are working usually though.
Yeah.
So I think that's my bathroom recap.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to add to that she hasn't already said.
Yeah, so I think that's it.
Oh, and did you already say that? Yeah, and this past week, Friday was also decision day for our seniors. So for seniors who were at school, they got to wear their college sweatshirts or their future plans, whatever they were going into after following high school after graduation. And so that was a fun way to just celebrate what's coming next after graduation. And yeah, that was really fun and packed month and month to come.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Lots of things happening. Any questions or comments?
Yeah.
Jen?
So all I can say about the bathrooms is you guys have like 2 weeks left and you're going to be fine. You're going to make it.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping this summer we can get ahead of the bathroom problem. It's like really embarrassing. And it's been a year of it. Come on, like there's got to be a way to fix it. But that's the only negative thing. I mean, you guys have been awesome. I know you're both going to go on to do amazing things. And it's been great to have you guys here for the year, being very candid with us about what works and what doesn't work. And I'm sure no one up here thought about the CP language thing before you brought it up, Caitlin. So that's fantastic. And you're both great ambassadors for Barnstable High. And, it's clear you loved your experience and, your dedication to yourselves and just personal growth that's going to get you really far in life. So thank you so much for all that you've done, and we'll see you at graduation.
Thank you.
Anyone? Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, time flies. The year moving past just like that, and now you guys are in a very special time. The last part of your senior year with a number of things coming up. You talked about scholarship ceremony, senior awards is coming up. Those are all events I enjoy attending. I did appreciate that you mentioned the mental health awareness and the work that the Hope Squad is doing. That's important, and it kind of ties into some of the systemic changes that we're facing as a society. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about AI as the meeting goes on and the impacts that's having across our society and how we as a district need to be on the forefront of that rather than lagging behind. But it's interesting to note that with this ever so powerful technology and people being more and more quote unquote connected, via technology, that rates of loneliness have exploded. And people, even though we can access each other more than we ever could in the analog days, the awesome 80s when I came of age, we have access to more, but somehow we're more disconnected. So that mental health piece is quite important in us kind of looking at these shifting demographics, right? It seems that we're doing so much better because the technology is so much better, but we're not robots, we're human beings. So there's a notable distinction there. Did like that you noted the time capsule and getting that's certainly tremendous. I'm a Barnstable graduate, Red Raider in my day, but you might not know that there's a bunker underneath the high school, because it was built in the 50s during the Cold War, right? So that the history goes back, quite a bit, and those time capsules, again, as a proud alumni, working with the Barnstable High School Athletic Hall of Fame, just a rich history. So your time capsule, and then there's quite a bit of rich school tradition and history behind you. Thank you so much for noting prom and celebration. Which my colleague for many years spearheaded. I will be working celebration this year. I'll be there, but I know that they're still looking for people to come and help out and put on a very important night for seniors, and then just for the community in general, and the fact that it's at a different venue this year because the old venue is no longer, and so some certain changes that have been made. But we want to make sure that our prom we can have as many people as as big a venue and as many people, as kind of we shift with those demographics. But just great things coming up. Of course, graduation. We're walking across that stage will be next month. So congratulations. It's good for the year. And moving on to your future success.
Mike?
Excellent job. It's finally here. This is the fun time of senior year. After April vacation, it becomes fun. So I got two questions. So the Hope Squad walk, do you have I know I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to do that. I always do. I always ask you dates. Do you have any idea the date
May 16th.
Oh, I'll see you already. Excellent. So May 16th. So anybody wants to walk can walk.
There should be like, if you sign up, if you search up Sharing Kindness, they should have like a link there.
Okay.
You have to pay to register,
No,
but
it usually is because that's money that goes towards the organization. So that's usually the way it is. Okay. So that's the first one. The other thing is for the AP stuff, like the Chromebooks and the testing times and all that stuff. Sarah, do you know if that is because AP does that, or is that an us thing? Like, no? Okay. Okay, so we'll look into it. Just, I'm kind of curious, is it like you have to use the Chromebooks because they make you, or is it a thing of where SAT doesn't care? SATs don't care, but we'll look into it. Thank you for bringing it up, because it's in times and all that, it's worth looking into and figuring out if it's something that's because of them, then there's nothing we can do about AP testing is AP testing. But if it's something we can get involved in, it kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? But thank you for that. Other than that, have a fantastic end of this senior year. Enjoy it. And like they said, we'll see you at graduation.
Yeah, so if it is an AP requirement that you use your school-issued device, maybe not necessarily a Chromebook, but then I'm sure that now that this is communicated, that someone from the school can at least make the AP board aware that it can be an issue. And I think we can solve the lunch problem just by seeing if they can do an early lunch for the students that are in the afternoon group. That's an easy fix. But as always, bringing all the concerns from the student perspective is what we really need, which is why you guys have been awesome. Now that he's gone, I don't think you really wanted to mention how you get around not having the no junior rule at senior prom. So your honesty is getting the better of you because I'm sure there'll be plenty of juniors there. I think that many of the smaller schools do have a junior senior prom, but because we're so large and the space constraints, it can get difficult. In my day, we had a junior senior prom. And how about this? It was in the gym. So we didn't have a fancy Margaritaville. I want to take this opportunity now just to thank our seniors, Kathleen and Caitlin, because you took on a huge responsibility when you agreed to provide a report each month as the student envoy. And also with the addition, adding a third person so that the first year isn't so stressful, because Leah's seasoned, and so we'll have her returning next year. You can take your nameplates with you. Congratulations on your graduation. Enjoy all the upcoming events. Remember to come back. Public comment is still for you. Maybe you can come back, and I'm sure Jen Cullum will love hearing about the bathrooms at your universities. So that would always be a fun surprise. Anyway, I do have something small to give you on your way out, just as a small token of our appreciation for showing up every week and doing an awesome job. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Jen, you're going to be the deliverer? Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Where's your, I can't remember, you may have told us which schools you're attending. What are they?
I'm going to Clemson.
Clemson, oh, that's right, you did tell us last month. Clemson? UMass Amherst. All right, so great. My niece is at Clemson, she loves it. Yeah. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, public comment. Public comment at a Barnstable School Committee meeting is limited to Town of Barnstable residents and taxpayers, Barnstable Public Schools employees, students, or family members, unless otherwise permitted by the chair. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to present their material and must begin with their comments by stating their name and town. An extension of the speaker's time may be granted at the discretion of the chair. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item to be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Topics for comment should be limited to those within the scope of the school committee's authority. So, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry to rush, but this is my second meeting, and I have one that ends at 8:30 I have to be at. So Lori Crawley. I'm here. I live in Hyannis. I'm here tonight to speak about my concerns regarding the proposed relocation of St. Joseph's Regional Shelter at 460 West Main Street, which I was kind of discouraged to hear the council. It sounds like it's a done deal. There are many reasons why I believe this is not the right location, not only for nearby residents and businesses, but also for the children in our schools and for the shelter's clients themselves. First, I want to highlight the proximity of this site to multiple schools. These are not just one, but 4 schools located nearby. 2 of them, Hyannis West Elementary School and the Enoch Cobb School, which serves children with autism, are approximately 350 feet from the proposed location. That distance alone should give us pause. Like many families, mine is directly impacted. My grandchildren will be in this area waiting for their school bus. Another grandchild, a 15-year-old freshman at Cape Cod Tech, waits for her bus at the corner of West Main Street and Old Craigville Road as early as 6:50 a.m. with pickup, often not until 7:05 or later. During much of the year, this is in the darkness. If this shelter is intended to serve all of Cape Cod, I also think it is fair to ask why this particular area has been selected. Have other locations been equally considered? Are there opportunities to create a more comprehensive model, one that includes not just overnight shelter, but stable, temporary housing combined with on-site support services? A program that offers structure, consistency, and purpose, such as opportunities for work, skill building, and community contribution, may better serve both the individuals in need and the broader community. Finally, I think it is important to reflect on equity. Would we be having the same conversation if this proposed location were in other villages within Barnstable, such as Cotuit, West Barnstable, or Centerville? That is a question worth considering. I want to be clear. I recognize that homelessness is a serious issue, and those experiencing it deserve compassion, dignity, and support. My concern is not about whether we should help, but whether this particular location and model are the best way to do so. Thank you. Got to head to another meeting.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Lee. I live in Hyannisport. I think that said it really, she said everything I would have said. And I'm very proud of the students I saw today. I didn't expect that. I came here really about, the other thing, the hack thing. And I'm very proud of all of you for supporting the decision you made tonight. I really mean that, because what the previous speaker said, she touched on everything I would have said, but I wouldn't have said it that well. So thank you very much, and those kids were amazing.
Thank you.
Good evening, friends. My name is John Julius. I live over in Hyannis, and I want to start by saying thank you to all of you, especially you, Mr. King. You hit the nail on the head tonight. It's about the health and the safety of the children. And I've been kind of pounding the pavement out here since January, kind of a little ahead of the curve. And I've had a lot of people throw stones at me. NIMBY. One of my friends asked me the other day, what's NIMBY? And I said, not in my backyard. But you can throw all the stones you want, but I don't live over near that shelter. I don't have children in the schools, as I told you the last time I spoke here a few weeks ago. I'm only here because I care about the kids in the schools. I had a 5-minute conversation the other night with a woman in Shaw's who apparently told me she worked at that elementary school for about 30 years. She was with her 6-year-old granddaughter coming from the play at the school there. And we had a nice little chat right inside of Star Market. And my heart goes out to her. She knows who I am. I know who she is. We're on the same team. You're on the same team as all of us. And I'm going to look tonight to right in that camera and ask all of the Barnstable parents especially, please get involved, stay involved. There are 2 huge upcoming meetings, the biggest meetings this town will ever have seen, and I've been coming to this podium since 1997. These are 2 of the biggest meetings we're going to have in the history of this town. And when those meetings happen, I'm going to ask every person in this town to show up, speak, don't be afraid, be heard. No one has to be afraid, and I'm amazed all the time how many times people they've told me, oh, I'm afraid to speak. You don't have to, nobody needs a grand speech. This is wrong. It's wrong for Housing Assistance Corp to come into our town and even remotely think. It's unfathomable. It's unconscionable to move a homeless shelter in between 4 schools. That is insanity. And I've sold real estate in this community for probably over 4 decades. And anyone who wants to argue the point that this won't hurt the values of the homes and businesses, and I have a lot of friends over there, you're dead wrong. It will. These people in these communities deserve a lot better. I've said it before. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to put the pressure on Housing Assistance Corp. Go and buy the Cape Cod potato chips building that closed a couple months ago, and that's where the shelter belongs. Why they didn't do this, I don't know. But again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, especially Mr. King, to you, because you hit that nail on the head. You said tonight the health and safety of the children, and that's first and foremost. And if I have to donate some healthy money myself to get an attorney and file an injunction when the appropriate time comes, I'll do it. I'll put my money where my mouth is. And the last thing I want to do is thank a lot of people in this community. I want to thank the Barnstable Town Council, Betty Ludke. She deserves a medal. I want to thank all the people from the organization, NAN. I think there'll be a couple of them speaking here tonight. Those people all deserve medals. You know why? Because they're out here sticking their necks out in our guillotine, and they deserve all the credit, all the thanks in the world. And I, from the bottom of my heart, I thank them. And I thank you once and final for all. Thanks very much for allowing me to speak, and please stay with us. Get on board. We need to stop this, because if and when that ever goes in, it's too late. It'll never change. Thank you so much once again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Brigham. I live in Hyannis. Thank you for your service. It was delightful to be here because there was a family here who their daughter received one of the certifications. Delight. So it was great to be here for that. I am here because of the shelter relocation. I am a neighbor with Neighbors Advocating for Neighbors in Need, and we're very specifically calling it that because it's about all of the neighbors in the area. Very much the neighbors in need, the neighbors that are without homes. We want a better solution for them. And the particular program, and especially in this location, is not working well. So in terms of how to be proactive, is to let the parents know, to let all of the parents know what is being proposed. I just want to highlight a couple of policies. I worked in the shelter for 27 years previously, the NOAA shelter, so I'm very aware of sort of the inside workings, and had some experience to see that there's some very different innovative ways to help our neighbors in need. But I do want to point out some policies that are currently in place, and according to Catholic Charities, these policies aren't going to change. Not only are people coming from all of the various towns on the Cape, in 2024, there were 54 people that came from other towns on the Cape, 28 people that came from other towns in the state. I'm not sure the number, but people came from 6 other states, and there were people from other countries. This is so far beyond a regional shelter. In 2024, the number of people, there were 274 people not from Barnstable, which is our priority, a priority. It was a third. There were 94 from other places. So it was a third of the people that were served in 2024. In addition to that, so we have people coming literally from all over the world. Very low threshold program, mean there's no vetting. Anybody can walk in the door, so anybody can come in. Add to that everybody has to leave at 7. Some come back for a day program. It's usually only about a fifth of the people, so 10 out of the 50. So there's 40 people going out. 40 people, so we have people coming from literally all over the world. All of them, none of them are vetted. None of them are checked for what their background is, what they're bringing to our community. They're all out on the street at 7. Many of them, about 40 of them at least, are out somewhere in the community. Then they have to come back. They're out at 7, coming back at 3:30 or 4, which is pretty much parallel to the time for the schools. In addition, people that come, so often our neighbors in need have behavioral challenges. If there is a behavioral issue, they are banned. Literally, they're outside for 30 days and they can't go back into the shelter. It's a very attractive area around the schools with the woods and all the other situations. People need to survive. Who knows where they're from, what their resources are. They're behavioral, which means they're problematic, and my heart is there for everybody who's in need. But they're going to go to the locations around the school. They're going to be in potentially in the woods, creating camps. There's an issue with camps even now. So we also have a good number of people that are dealing with substance abuse, whether it's alcohol or drugs. My understanding is people that are going into the shelter are actually being told to hide their drugs and perhaps paraphernalia outside, which means you've got that out in the community. People that go into the shelter are being wand, a security wand. So you've got people that there's enough concern within the shelter to actually wand people to be sure there isn't weapons or paraphernalia, but those same people are going out to the community. Again, I want to stress, I worked in the field for 30 years. I care very much for the people that are in need, but there are other ways to help them. And I'm very willing to talk about that with anybody in the community about what a good solution could be. And I do want to say ultimately that this is very much under the purview of the school committee in the initial statement about safety. This is about a safety issue. Legally, an appeal has been filed by an abutter, so it will be going before the Zoning Board of Appeals. But what you could do proactively is to be sure that every parent of every student in every school in this area knows what's going on and knows the level of risk. And I'd be happy to talk to you. There are other specific policies that could actually be creating the very risk. And to me, it's very important that you as a school committee, you have this information, you have this knowledge, and it could be very problematic if parents find out later that they weren't informed by their school committee to protect their children, to protect the parents. And there are ways that people can be involved. We have a website, nancapecod.org. NAN, again, neighbors, advocating for neighbors in need. Very specifically, we want to care for all the neighbors. People can go there to sign up to get information. There will be a hearing at the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the more people that are there, the better, to speak up about our concerns about this location. And we'll also have a petition in order to have a meeting with voters so that we have a full, one of the situations with this is so many people we're talking to had no idea this was happening. It's been a whole process. It's been very hidden or underground, intentionally, I don't know. But so many people that we're talking to are very concerned. They can sign a petition. We'll have a public hearing that really look at all of the questions, and there are many other questions. So there's ways to be involved, and people can be encouraged. I would encourage being sure that all of the parents know the risks involved. I can tell you there are other policies. I'd be happy to confer with you to be sure that the parents know what the policies are. But they can go to nanncapecod.com to join with us. And thank you for listening. Thank you for your service. And please step forward to protect the students. So,
Thank you. I would just like to remind everybody that we have a 3-minute time limit.
Good evening. My name is Linda Bolliger. I'm a Barnstable resident and also a member of the Neighbors Advocating for Neighbors in Need, NAN. I'm here tonight to support the parents of school kids in the West Main Street area As you know, this is an environmental justice area of our town, and preservation of public safety, and in particular that of our school kids, is our number one concern. I want all of you, for one moment, to imagine your children or your grandchildren walking past 77 Winter Street in Hyannis. And I hope most of you have already been by to get a sense of what's there now. We all know what those children would witness. If I were to characterize those scenes, I would have to say it would be a variety of people in enormous need. People who have been left behind due to substance abuse or mental illness. The facts speak plainly. There are over 400 police and fire dispatch calls to this facility in a year. Do we believe that these unfortunates are getting the help they need? No one believes that. So now we want to transpose this scene to 460 West Main Street. For sure, a better looking building, but no change in policies as pointed out by my respected colleague Rick Brigham. So can we expect any different outcomes? A resounding no. Transplanting the problems of 77 Winter Street to 460 West Main Street to an area surrounded by more residential properties, and as a result, many more children within walking distance of 4 schools, is unacceptable. The closest of these schools is a mere 155 yards from the proposed shelter. This should preclude this property at the outset. We have a large immigrant population in this West Main area, and it is the ultimate disrespect to plunk a failed shelter in their midst. Most of those parents would be here tonight, but unfortunately do not feel comfortable speaking out. Many don't speak English. Most want to keep a low profile. Do they care about their kids? They do. All of this doesn't make sense to them either. I'm here to give them a voice. The school committee needs to take a moral stand on this issue. We cannot sacrifice our kids or anybody else's kids to solve somebody else's problem. Let's start a dialogue about how to solve homelessness rather than continuing a revolving door institution that doesn't put the homeless on a better, healthier path. There are models within our town that we should be looking at. Let's start a dialogue. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Carrington. I live in Hyannis. I'm less than a half a mile from where this would be. Every day, just about having to go to appointments, I have school buses that I see all the time in cars parked trying to get in and out of your school. You've done an exceptional job, I can say, in how you're handling that, so thank you. I do not have a child in the school system at this time. I don't, maybe a grandchild in the future, but I do see the children all the time. I do support the children when I see them outside in the store and so forth. High school. This was great tonight. 40 years ago, I graduated. 40 plus. Nothing like this. I do have to let you know, if you're really considering writing these letters, please look on the police logs for Barnstable and go back and research. In reviewing that, there is a lot of trespassing, hypodermic needles found, encroachment camp checks, suspicious person, intoxication, individuals, disturbance fights, shoplifting, larceny, traffic complaints, breaking into cars, gunshots, and assaults. No, notably, these do not happen exactly at the shelter. This is surrounding the shelter. Think of what it's going to be like when they're that much closer to a school and all the woods that are there. Star Market will be inundated with camps. Over by your school will be inundated. This is going to be a very costly investment for this town if they have to protect the schools. They need to consider that. So thank you again for standing up, all of you. Andre, thank you. My heart's with you, all of you. So please do what you can. Most of all, parents, get involved. If you know any that can't, tell them to write a letter if they can't be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bill Mullally, Town of Barnstable resident, native Cape Codder. I'm also a former school department employee and town employee. I worked for the school maintenance department back in the 90s, early 2000s. We were tasked to, at that point, this is just out for reference, there was a camp behind the Horace Mann Charter School at the time, the 5th grade building. We were tasked with the DPW and the school department. I was an equipment operator at the time, so I went in with the loader to remove that camp. We should have all been wearing hazmat suits. We weren't. It was unbelievable what I saw there, just unbelievable. And that was further away from that school than this homeless shelter will be. As I say, as some of the previous gentlemen people have stated, my heart goes out to the people that are in need of help. I've worked with them in the past. I worked for a company called VinFin, working in residential settings, trying to help some of these people, and just talking to them. They want to be on the street. They want to live in the woods so they can do what they want to do. And I just cannot believe, my grandson goes to Enoch Cobb. I cannot believe they're even considering putting that shelter there. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. It just cannot go there. I don't know what else can be said. It's just unbelievable. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Betty Lutke from Hyannis. And I think the best line of the night was our beautiful seniors who said about the time capsule, 8th grade was so long ago, which would be 1973 for me. So I thought they were just absolute gems, those two. And I love that you picked up on the timing and the technology in terms of their exams and things. That's huge. And, what a joy they were to listen to. We're great speakers tonight. I know, and Mike, you mentioned it. I've been here twice before speaking on this, and you mentioned that in your comments earlier. And I can't thank you enough for taking action and also for bringing your attorney here. Because we had several speakers talk about people are afraid to put their heads up. I've certainly been attacked mightily, okay? But I'm keeping my head up because this is an important issue. And thank you, again, for bringing your attorney here that said you don't lose your voice. We're both elected officials here. You don't lose your voice. And you can advocate and state a position. And again, thank you for taking the time, putting this thoughtful response together. And I'm sure you're going to come up with a very thoughtful letter. And I've heard from so many people, Rick Brigham is an angel. He's here on earth with us, but he's an absolute angel, and he has the expertise, and I trust his judgment, and what he's done with this NAN group is phenomenal. And he always says, there's a better way. There is a better way. And this is a horrible decision, and I don't mind saying that. I haven't lost my voice either. This is not the place to put this. There's a better way, and we need to advocate for that. And finally, I'd say, Mike, you brought up fences and things like that. You had the discussion with the attorney, liability, that kind of thing. And I will just share that I talked to a restaurant, not on Main Street, but off of Main Street. And this is to speak to the economic impacts. And they've had to do no trespass orders. That takes time away from their job. They don't have to spend their time, but they've had to do several no trespass orders. In the case of this restaurant, they had to hire a separate employee at a higher pay rate to be in their restaurant area from 6 to 11 every day because of the amount of folks coming from the shelter. And they've also had to deal with calling the police so many times for overdoses in their restrooms. And I'm not trying to be alarmist or fearful. And all these people, these are realities. These are realities. And we have to face them. We can't just keep saying nice things. Somebody has to stand up, and I count myself among those. And this is going in the precinct where the people I represent, the businesses that keep that precinct vibrant. And they deserve a voice.
and your support is absolutely incredible, and it means the world. To me, I'll speak for myself. I can only really speak for myself, but it means the absolute world to me that you've done this deliberative process and come forward tonight. Thank you. And the students here tonight showed what you do, which is why I have 3 of my beautiful daughters in the public school system, and they're not leaving for one instance. The Barnstable Public Schools are incredible, and they're staying right there. They're not going anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you all for being here and for your service. My name's Elaine Brigham. I'm Rick's wife. And I was with him. As he said, he ran the Noah shelter, was kind of overseeing it for about 27 years. And towards the end of the time, he realized maybe there's another way, maybe there's another thing. And he mentioned this today, and that's what we want. We want the best solution for the people in our community, whether they have come here from another country, whatever it is that is needed. We want to offer the best that we can to everybody in our community. And one example I'd really like to share with you was at the end of his time, he was looking for solutions. There was this a 17 or 18-year-old young man who ran away from home because he really wanted to be a truck driver like his dad, to drive his truck, and his dad wouldn't let him. So he came to Cape Cod, Massachusetts. This young man was living out in the woods with other people who were drug addicts and whatever was going on out there. And Rick found out about it. He said, I don't want to put him in the shelter because that's just going to expose him to a difficult situation. So he said, I'm going to put him up in a motel. I'm going to work with him. I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to find out what the deal is. And the deal was that all he wanted to do was be a truck driver. All he wanted to do was work with his dad. And because he couldn't do that, his dad didn't understand. He didn't let him. He ran away. So here's his dad. Where's my son? What's going on? But Rick encouraged him to call his father and tell him why he was here. Tell him why he was living out in the street. Tell him what it was that he was needed, that he was looking for. And his father welcomed him with open arms. I believe that there's a lot of people that are homeless today that people would welcome with open arms if they had been given the time to share, why am I in this situation? Is there anything that can change? Somebody that cares enough, not just to maybe drop off some food, or not just to maybe, okay, well, at 3:30 you can come back in. We don't care if it's snowing outside, you need to be outside at 7 a.m. to 3:30. That's just the way it is, you know? And I know there are a few exceptions to the rule. I know that there's a woman, an old lady, who is on a walker, and she has to be outside at 7 a.m. There are just so many details about this, but it's the human condition and the better way that we'd like to bring. That's what we care about. That's why you guys are here. And thank you for being here, and thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else for public comment? All right, thank all of you who came. Thank you to all of you. And I'm happy to see that everybody was able to see another view of our students in our schools, and thank you for acknowledging that as well. We hope to see you back again, and have a great night. School committee, item 4.3, school committee, subcommittee, and liaison reports. Facilities subcommittee, did you meet?
Yes, we did, Chair. We met during the course of the month, and we looked at the fee schedule for our facilities, particularly our local nonprofit organizations, and coming up with a fee schedule, which is on the agenda for tonight to be voted on, which makes sense for our local nonprofit organizations who serve a majority of Barnstable students who are doing essentially the work that the school district is doing. So that was considered at our meeting and voted on and approved by the subcommittee. And again, we'll talk about that later on in this meeting, making sure that our local nonprofit organizations have the resources that they need.
Okay, thank you. Policy Subcommittee did not meet since the last meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for Friday, May 29th at 8:30. Cape Cod Collaborative, anything?
Thank you, Chair. We met on April 8th, and on our agenda looked at the end-of-year goals for FY 25-26 and next steps, looked at professional development, looked at strategic planning. Also, the legislative breakfast, which is coming up. The date escapes me. Possibly Dr. Hearn, you might be able to, who will no doubt be there. I'm going to make an effort to attend. It's during the day, and of course the school year is going on, but I always like to be there for the legislative breakfast to talk with our local representatives about how we can advocate for our school districts. There were staffing updates provided by Dr. Teller, and looked at the tuition and service rates for FY 27.
Wellness Committee?
We did not meet. In a CPPI leadership team, we did not meet for that either. So my two, we did not meet for either of them.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make a motion to move the field trips before we continue with the normal agenda, because the staff members have been here, particularly item 5.3. So,
I'll second that motion.
okay, any discussion? All right, hearing none. We're now at item 5.0. All in favor?
Aye.
Item 5.3, approve the BIS 7th grade peer ambassador field trip at Springfield College on September 25 through 27. Welcome, thank you for your patience. I hope I woke you up back there.
Hear my stomach cry? We're both like, whoa. Do you have the access to the slide deck that I created? Thank you, sorry.
I'm Deb Contrino, and this is Jen Taylor.
And we both coordinate the Peer Ambassador Program at Barnstable Intermediate School. And so we are looking at piloting a program for next fall. It'll be September 25th through the 27th with our returning 7th grade peer ambassadors. So we have started the planning this year. I'm currently doing my master's, finishing it at Springfield College, so in adventure education, and I have been working in close partnership with the department head there and my professor to create this program grounded in the frameworks for the vision of the graduate and our RISE matrix at Barnstable, and I'm really, really excited about it. Springfield College East Campus is an amazing site. I'm actually going to be doing a PD there, not next week, but the following week, so I'll be there for 3 days and immersing myself in kind of the collegiate version of what we're creating, and so I'll be working with the undergrads in there. I'm only getting to do about 4 to 5 days of their 8-day experience, so this is a 3-day immersive experience that we've created. So if we want to go to the next slide. Oh, yeah, I have it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, is it this? Perfect. All right, so it is September 25th through the 27th, like I just spoke to, at the East Campus Outdoor Learning Center, which is close to 60 acres. I have a video that's kind of captures the whole space, so I'll let that speak for itself when we get to it. But the overall goal is to empower students to develop authentic leadership, strengthen empathy, foster a supportive team culture, and demonstrate those RISE values. Here's my alignment with the vision of a graduate. So what's so amazing, are we familiar with what adventure education is a little bit? Okay, so what's so great is that every experience that we've aligned for them is really tapping into each of these visions that the district has created. So I tried to snapshot some examples. So we have Inner Explorer, strengthening self-awareness and grit by really navigating some of these challenges, and the stretch zones. So it's creating that optimal learning environment for a student where they're stepping out of that comfort zone and into that challenging, almost scary space. Everything is managed, obviously, with safety, the utmost safety. And then growing and challenging themselves in that moment. That's where that real growth happens. And then the knowledge seeker, developing foundational competence in outdoor skills. So they'll be setting up their own camp community and really learning stewardship in that 2-night experience. Adaptive thinker, all the ways that they are having to think critically as they work through these different experiences together. And then the thoughtful communicator. And then finally, the real important one, taking these leadership skills that they're building in this 3-day experience back to BIS. And because I think what we've seen is we work with them once a week, and we have them from the beginning, of the year to the end of the year, but they show up as these kids that really want to lead, but not having that strong understanding of what leadership really is. And I think adventure education is the perfect opportunity to build those authentic skills and really collaborate and have to think critically. So, all right. So we've got obviously respect, integrity, safety, and effort, our RISE values, and how that is our leadership in action. I'm going to go through these very quickly because I know it's been a long night for everybody. So our main goal is develop authentic leadership skills, like I said, and strengthen empathy and social awareness, really build a supportive team culture, enhancing their self-awareness, and applying that building or that learning beyond the program. And I'm going to let the next slide really speak for itself, so hopefully this video works. So this is East Campus. It's about 1 minute and 11 seconds, and I think it captures everything. What do I push for that?
The East Campus Outdoor Learning Center is a unique extension of Springfield College. Located just a little over a mile from the main campus and residing on 57 acres of forestry, East Campus serves as an outdoor laboratory, as well as a place for students to enjoy the outdoors. Springfield College offers a multitude of classes focused on outdoor pursuits that East Campus supports. As an academic facility, East Campus hosts the majority of classes within the adventure education minor, in addition to our outdoor skills courses. Our students enhance their knowledge through an experiential approach that allows them to practice their skills navigating through the forest, on our challenge course, at a campsite, on the water, or a bike. East Campus also offers a variety of recreational opportunities that are available to our students, which include 2-disc golf courses, multiple hiking and mountain biking trails, canoeing and flatwater kayaking, 3 distinct strength and nature circuits, and an abundance of places to relax and embrace the environment.
So it's been so excited just watching that. All right, so I wasn't sure if the video was going to show, so I included this, but this is one of the climbing towers. So we will, in the design that I've created for the weekend, we have the low and high ropes course initiatives that we'll be working with, all low the first, and we build sequentially. And then the high ropes course. We'll be accessing the camping facilities, the outdoor fire pit, picnic grove. We will, day 2, we have access to the canoeing. And so there's a leadership experience that I created with canoeing. Bless you. And then the Pueblo is an awesome space if we end up getting weather and we need to resort to that. So great facility for that. Very quickly, these are kind of just a general idea of what I've developed for the 3 days. So looking at connection and community, really building that community, that connection, establishing that emotional safety. Sorry, my mouth is getting very dry all of a sudden. And working to set up that communal camp space. I think I need to get water. And prepare dinner together, et cetera. And then really setting personal goals and understanding what our intentions are for that journey ahead for the next day. And then moving into action and interdependence. So goal setting at the start. One major thing with adventure education, there are so many great fun experiences, but it's not fun. It is fun, but the emphasis is on the reflection, the debrief, and really making that transfer of learning in that moment. And so there's a lot of reflection built in through every single activity. And so day 2 is the low and high ropes course elements. And then moving into the canoeing, there's firecraft where they're going to be building this fire, learning how to build fire, and working with a fire as a metaphor for leadership and continuing that spark forward. And then the campfire values debriefing in the evening time. And then the final day is working to really look at what are our goals to map. Thank you. You can see how dry my mouth is. It's been a long day. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you.
She had a track
It was
meet in
rough. It's
Falmouth
been a day.
right before- It's been a day.
Thank you. Yes, so much better. Thank you. All right. So, wow, that was rough. Yeah, thank you. So the last day is really looking at the skills they've developed and how they're going to bring them back now, and creating a roadmap and a plan for how this can translate, and they can really start to take actionable steps to improve the overall culture, inclusivity, and just community and culture at BIS. And so
And
it leads
basically,
us-
these are like the middle school version of Caitlin
Yes.
and Kathleen, right? So they're going to be the beginning of 7th grade, bring it back to BIS, model that for other kids, and then be amazing when they get to the high school because they already know how to be leaders. You know, I've known Caitlin and Kathleen since 6th grade. They have always been amazing, but they're much more confident now. But it took a while, you know, and we're hoping this will give kids like a leg up.
Yeah, and it's so different than anything that a lot of them have ever experienced. And so I think these type of situations, like we can talk about leadership, and we plan dances, and we create these spirit weeks, and we do all these things, but until you're in the moment, you really have to problem solve and collaborate and work to, you know, walk this plank and support your person, and you have all their trust. Like, it's a complete different experience for them. Some of them, they've never, ever had anything like that, and they tap into these qualities that they didn't even know they had. And I think that's the most powerful thing about adventure education, is it just allows them to access things that they don't know that they actually
I
have
would
within
be on
them.
the ground with the panicking kids. I will be on the low course.
But that's
with
like
the panicking children.
to see the growth in such a short period of time. Like 2 to 3 days is not that long, but it is amazing what even that amount of time can do, you know. And so looking at what we're doing for the it is, since I have this partnership with Springfield, it is a pretty good rate for the 20 students. So we're looking at $3,900 for the actual facilities, full use of everything, obviously all of their accredited staff, and the camping and whatnot. And then the transportation for the bus listed there, and then we're averaging about $500 for food. So we're going to be doing fundraising for it and really getting the leaders involved this year, at the end of this year, to get them actively taking ownership of this experience.
This year's 6th grade.
Yeah, this year's 6th
that
graders.
would be going in the fall.
Thank you, Tim. This year's 6th graders and planning for that. And then we were looking at a moderate student fee, maybe $25 but scholarship provided if needed for any students, mainly to cover food, probably, if anything, but hoping to fundraise all of it. And so that's what we're looking at for fundraising and the total cost. So, I know that when we look at overnight experiences, we definitely are concerned about safety and obviously going to a ropes course, challenge course. But this is probably one of the safest and leading leading facilities in the industry. And so we've got all of the supervision, safety standards. We are definitely chaperoning, the two of us as staff, and we're looking at an additional 1 or 2 staff members who currently teach at Barnstable who would like to chaperone as well. And then even though it is Springfield College, the East Campus, it's secure, 57 acres that are completely secured in, so super safe. And yeah, there's that. And then leaving with a quote from Kurt Hahn, who was the founder of Outward Bound, which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, but I love this quote. "There is more in us than we know. If we can be made to see it, perhaps for the rest of our lives, we will be unwilling to settle for less." So I thought that kind of tied in with what we were looking to create for this pilot program. And we're thinking pilot because 20 feels very sustainable for our peer ambassadors, and then high impact, really see how it works in this small scale version, and hopefully grow it and offer it to more students in this leadership capacity.
I was thinking, since I've had 4 kids come through Barnstable schools, how, sometimes their peers would choose other schools. And one of the highlights of Lighthouse is they have that camping thing. Like, some families choose it just for that. And like, you're going to choose your kid's entire middle school experience based on like a weekend, but apparently people do that. Like, some people choose Sturgis because they start later than Barnstable High. Like, people actually say that. Some like, well, we'll show you. We'll have something really cool too. And, you know, we want to start small with these kids. They're like vetted because to be in peer ambassadors, they have to have staff, you know, give them recommendations. And we will have known them for all of 6th grade before they go. But then we'd love to grow it and offer it to like the whole 7th grade. Eventually, I think that would be
Incredible, because these students want to be in a leadership role, but I think offering it to students who don't necessarily know that they have that leader inside of them is where the next step.
Totally.
You know, and so that's my vision for starting to bring adventure education into Barnstable, because
I think
there's
it's
such power in
also
it.
like to piggyback on the Washington trip, which is so cool. Some families aren't comfortable sending their kid that far from home. Like this world is, you know, strange and unusual. But this, I think, would be more accessible for a lot of families, so they could say to their child, like, well, you know, we sent you to that cool thing in the fall, which would be more affordable as well, like, realistically for a family.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
so it's just like another opportunity.
Thank you for listening.
Can I just make a comment? Is that possible?
We're going to put the motion out and then
Okay.
we'll have discussion.
Move to approve the BIS 7th grade peer ambassador field trip at Springfield College in Springfield, Mass. on September 25th through the 27th, 2026, as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
All right, having a motion on the floor, Jen.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, when you're choosing peer ambassadors, for me, if it's solely based on academics.
Oh, it isn't.
Okay, good.
It is
Because
not.
for me, there's leaders everywhere, and sometimes they don't excel in.
You know we work in middle school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I remember what it was like.
Dante.
Yeah, with Dante.
It's about leadership.
Yeah.
Completely. You know, so as our high school envoys mentioned, like the powerlifting thing, like all kids have their different strengths, right?
Yeah.
And we can't just say it's an academic matter.
And sometimes it's outside of school. Like, for instance, Dante was, at that point, an international champion in karate. But he was all over the place in school, right? Well, he's not listening. It's okay. But, you know, I think that he's strong. He was athletic. He would have loved it.
He would have loved
you know, but if he had been...
Because he would be able to shine in this kind.
Exactly.
And then think about it. He would come back to school feeling
That's right.
incredible and like powerfully...
That's right.
You know...
Empowered,
and
yeah.
it's the beginning of the school year. So
That's
we've
right.
got the whole year ahead of us.
That's right. So it's really exciting to hear about it. I love that we're reaching kids in different ways, and you know, good for you for getting your master's, and I hope it's something that we can build out. You know, because it really does. It helps builds leaders and adults, and you know, and it's happening at an earlier and earlier age now. As we all know, our 11-year-olds are adults, right? Like it's crazy. So. Yeah, so teaching has to change, and this is a good example of how it does. So thanks for being so, you know, willing to and try new things.
Willing to camp with middle schoolers for a weekend.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not mentally ill. I'm just saying that, like, we should probably grab her for prom while she's up here. She looks like she might be willing.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Well, they're drivable distance if they get in trouble.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
That's
Or
it.
if, they,
But I don't
if
see
they're
that,
nervous, or if it's because we do want to offer it to kids who don't know their own strength yet. So they might go there. And I remember for ASLP one year, there was a child that was so terrified. I mean, this is Mass Maritime. It's right down the street. And she was really nervous about, they've never gone away. And, you know, we had to, like, pump her up. Like, you're going to be amazing. And then by the end of it, she's like, I wish it was one more week. But they don't know that about themselves yet.
Any other discussion? Mike?
So I was not good in high school. I was a solid D+ student in high school. It is what it is, right? So, but we all have strengths. I went to paramedic school and I was a 4.0 student. You have to find what you're good at. So I'm all about alternatives to, and academics is important. Don't get me wrong, it's extremely important. And I was stupid, but we're also good in different ways. We're all good in different ways. So I agree with Jen 100%. Like, I'm glad that I see the ROTC. Like, Andre and I fought for, like, wanted that because anything that you could do is alternative. You're going to get some kids that I wasn't good in high school, but like I wasn't stupid. I just was good in different ways. So anything you can kind of do alternatively that could capture kids in a different way, and leadership.
100.
Like anything, I'm always on board for anything like that because we all learn different. We all, like I said, so I ended up my career in a leadership role. And I was literally, when I was in high school, I always tell my kids, I was literally the kid that no one knew was in their grade because I was that quiet. Would you imagine that? Like I literally changed a little bit, but you
Meetings
don't
would be
know
a lot
until-
shorter.
Yeah, but for me, it was joining the fire department. That what you're doing here was me joining the fire department as a senior in high school. That's what drew me out into the leadership part. So you never know what it's going to be. So kind of like try everything, you know. So I love your passion for it. Like that's awesome. I always love when people come up and they're like truly passionate about it. You can just see it.
So much so that they need water.
Yeah. I'm a little. I didn't get water, Jen, but I'm bringing my own. I'm good. But no, excellent. I'm all in favor for it. So thank you for coming tonight and spending the time and kind of showing us what's going on.
And if you'd like to chaperone, you know who to contact.
I would love to chaperone. I don't know if I have the physical capacity
I don't.
anymore.
My back would
Stay
allow
on
that.
the ground with me.
Yeah.
You know what, amazing that too, as I know we're starting small with our 20 ambassadors, but the adaptive facilities for all students, it's fully accessible for everybody. So
Yeah.
it is
Inclusion.
Like,
Yep.
yes, absolutely, like 100% across the board. So, yeah.
It is awesome.
Any other comments? Andre?
Thank you, Chair. So again, just to add on to what some of my colleagues have said, just a different lens and a different pathway for students to apply the skills that they have. Very important for me, who's somebody that personally more cerebral, more attuned, and amenable to the classroom setting, and sitting and talking about the War of 1812 or whatever it is, ad infinitum. That suits me. But so many of our students, their competencies, they do have the academic competency, but they're very strong in the vocational aspects, the hands-on aspects. And so this will offer them the venue to kind of explore and express those skills, and then to kind of bring them back into the school environment. I like this quote. I'm a big David Goggins fan. Win the morning, win the day. For somebody that's not a morning person, and he talks a lot about that. People generally only use about 40%, right, of their overall capability, but when you're pushed, right, when you're stretched, going into that uncomfortable, that's where the growth and the progress, and we're sometimes reticent to do that, and this is giving students, not only, again, those students that want the hands-on, but to really push themselves, to stretch themselves so they can break through. I'll just conclude with something I noted before, but I really want to hammer this idea of a peer ambassador and the idea of establishing relationships and building connections with other students. And I noted it before. For all the technology, we're more isolated than ever. All right? That's a real thing. That's a byproduct of all of the wizardry and the things that are going on. And because the technology is impacting students at younger and younger ages, it's happening sooner and sooner. Where students, you're growing up from a young age. I work at the elementary level. These kids have cell phones. K1, 2. So they only know the flickering images on the screen, all right? And it stunts their socialization, all right? So what this program is talking about is, again, it's great. It gives kids another opportunity, another lens, so on and forth, but actual relationships. I like the fact that you had a battle up at Falmouth against the Clippers. They're a tremendous track and field school, and I know that, Barnstable did very well against them. But speaking of health and wellness, the number one indicator for longevity, this has been studied by Harvard, the number one indicator, it's not wealth, right? Physical fitness is important, it's strong relationships.
Human connection.
Human connections is the number one
and
indicator.
They'll be so busy all day, they won't have phones. That's the whole thing, right?
And we actually, so I'm from California. I've been in Barnstable now for almost, I'm going into my 8th year next year, but taught high school out in California for years and worked in capacities with a mentoring group at junior and senior level. And I took juniors and seniors on an adventure education, similar experience. And we did collect their phones at the start of the experience, and they were very
That gives
resistant,
them anxiety.
very resistant.
That actually causes anxiety.
But by the end of the experience, a lot of them two nights later were like, I don't know if I really want it back yet. And it was amazing, like just to see, and the way they were able to connect and really forge these relationships. And they said, like, the reflections afterwards were so powerful.
Right.
And these were juniors and seniors, but I still think that same, capacity is possible.
Nobody has
with
a phone in that
No,
photograph.
yeah. So, but yes, I definitely speak to it.
So just to facilitate that and for students to really understand the difference, because they honestly do not, because it's been infused from so early. Again, the difference between your analog individuals, and I keep talking about this awesome 80s, you pick up a phone, you call somebody, okay? You go to their house, you talk to somebody, all right? That is more and more being stripped away from our education system, from our society, and the impacts are not the wonders that we think that they are. Number one indicator for longevity is relationships, okay? And so this, facilitating that and making some gains in that, along with the other positive outcomes, I'm glad to hear.
Okay, so I'm not going to speak, except to say it's only $268 per student, so that's very affordable. In general, I keep meaning to ask the superintendent, we should be made aware when fundraisers are going on so that we can help support that as...
Andre has been in the shed with me collecting cans.
I spent a little time in there with Mr. Hurley. Yeah.
Gladly let you know.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So, all right, so...
Just ask one question. I assume
sure.
it went through Mark Anthony. Did this all? Dave Anthony.
Dave
Sorry,
Anthony.
Dave
Mark
Anthony. It went
Anthony.
through. Sorry, Mark's his brother. No, it went through Dave Anthony, and everything was all set. Okay.
Okay. It goes through him before it hits the agenda.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Have
for
fun.
coming. It looks awesome. And then bring them back.
Yes,
We need,
100%.
so
Yeah, I
we'll
wanna
see
have
them
them
in
come
the
in and talk.
October meeting.
You'll have to have them speak first. They will be like popcorn. They won't be able to sit still.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're at school committee comments. I'm mindful of the time. I just want to start by saying that Courtney asked me to give her compliments. She can't be here tonight. She asked me to give her compliments on the fashion show, and she also had texted, but I didn't see it because I'm not on my phone. But she had asked me to thank the student envoys, so I just want to do that publicly, that Courtney West appreciated all their comments during the meetings. So school committee comments. Anybody have any comments? Jen's good. Andre?
Thank you, Chair. I did, again, want to thank everyone that came out, took time out of their busy schedule and their lives to speak during public comment and to make their voices heard. That is the foundation, right, of open governance, and we abide by the open meeting laws. And, again, our core responsibility, amongst others, is the health and safety of our students. And so, I'm glad that we're going to have this letter written, and this is something that the school committee needs to continue to be focused on, the health and safety of our students. I did want to mention, and I will bring this up at the end of the meeting, I have my concerns relative to the changing of the technology and the role of the new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, and how it's reshaping our society and what role we have as a school district to play in that. I think about universities, Hampshire College, no longer with us. Anna Maria College, no longer with us. The changing landscape of collegiate education and how this is affecting our families, our students, and the decisions that they're making. I also look out in the marketplace and I see companies like Facebook, laying off tens of thousands of people. I look at companies like Oracle laying off tens of thousands of people. These are individuals who were thought to have safe jobs in the tech field, doing things like coding, and they're all of a sudden out of work. And I bring that up because again, from the standpoint, it is jarring economically, but we're a school district. And so the decisions that our students, particularly this is our high school students, that are looking to go forward to the next, okay, we want to be giving them instruction and then advice that's in real time, right? And not building them up for careers and for pathways that because of the changing landscape will not be there for them after they pay those hefty college fees. So I'd like to see it on our agenda or a further conversation related to that because we need to be living in the reality, which is rapidly changing.
Mike?
I just want to thank all the people from the public that came out and talked. It seems like it's finally getting out there to the public. And I just appreciate all those folks that keep coming, and I appreciate all of you that are like just making sure that it's as formed of a decision as it can be, even though it's not our decision, but like just the public should know about it. And I found the very, very, very beginning of the whole thing about the shelter, I was, as I've said, I have a relative who works at High West, and they knew nothing about it, and there were very large misconceptions of what it was all about, and it seems like it's finally being, at least the misconceptions of being like, and not that it's going to necessarily change stuff, but at least people know what's coming. And I appreciate all the hard work for all the people in the community. That's what a community is all about, and all those folks that are getting involved in it. I appreciate it, and I thank you as a townsperson, not as a school committee member, even just as a townsperson. Thank you for just making sure that the citizenry of Barnstable are informed on it. So other than that, that's all I have. Thanks, Kathy.
So I just wanted to mention that Mike and I did meet with the NEAS visiting team on Sunday, April 12th. So we work 7 days a week here on the school committee. And it was a good meeting. It was relatively informal, and they basically wanted to know, since their previous visit 2 years ago, correct? Was it 2? Yes. They wanted to know, since that time, what the most significant achievements were, what we felt as a school committee the challenges were, and what our priorities are at BHS. And so I think it was productive. And they were, at that point, we were their start off, so they were really looking forward. So it was nice to hear from the student perspective what their experience was with them. And I attended the fashion show for the first time. I've had 4 children in these schools, none are involved in drama or fashion, and I've been here for a while. And that was the first one I was able to make. Courtney and I actually went, and it was really fun and really impressive. And the interesting thing to me was Matthew's line. I can't remember his last name because I didn't plan to mention it, but Matthew had an interesting line with the big green, what was the green? I think it was his. It almost looked like a ball. It was very interesting, but the creativity was crazy, and I especially enjoyed the Jamaican line. I thought that how they tied the themes together was very interesting. You can see that there's a lot more than just the design that goes into what the teachers are trying to teach them while they prepare their lines. So that's it for me, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent at Hearn for item 4.5.
Point of information, Chair, I did have slides.
Could I please just postpone that until we get through some of the business at the end of the meeting?
Chair.
It had 193 slides, which would be about another half hour.
Chair, I have about 10 minutes, and I will be getting through my slides expeditiously, as I always do. So I think it would be better for the committee, as people do tune into these meetings specifically to see my comments, that I deliver the comments as I normally do during this time, after everybody's had the opportunity to speak. And of course, just to make it clear, there are a number of slides which will be delivered expeditiously with the time that I have been allotted. Thank you, Chair. The clicker, please.
I think it's over here. I'll get it.
Thank you. And as we say, there are a number of slides because it's been a very busy and impactful month. I'm certainly mindful of the time, and it will be nowhere in the realm of a half an hour. We're going to get this done expeditiously. But May was a very busy month, and I have a lot to report to you because Barnstable, we are a large, thank you, Mike, we are a large, we are a diverse, and we are a dynamic district. So there was a number of things. Keeping our youngest riders safe, the Barnstable Teachers Association and the Massachusetts Teachers Association teamed up to provide free brand new helmets to every single first grader at BCIS through the Massachusetts Child Grant. Special thanks to our school counselors, SROs, for teaching the 7 never-evers of the safety rules, Jeff Craddock and the Cape Cod Sea Sports for their expert fitting and helping ordering. This is at BCIS. We're going to move over to West Barnstable to celebrate National Poetry Month that took place. They spent the day visiting different classrooms and staff members to share the joy of poetry. Not only was it a great practice for their reading skills, but it was amazing to watch their confidence grow in every direction they made. This is National Poetry Month at Barnstable, West Barnstable. We're going to move over to Hyannis West, where students finished their study of Stella Diaz Has Something to Say with a very special virtual visit from author Angela Dominguez. Students asked incredible questions about her life, her art, and the writing process. We are so proud of their curiosity. Huge thanks to the Hyannis PTO for making the connection possible. National Poetry Month was celebrated. We're going to move, to Miss Cronin's class, where second and third graders shared her love of poetry. This is at BWB, and Mary's work shines a light on the unsung heroes and the way that they knit our communities together. Perfect spark for our young writers. Huge thank you to the Cobb Fund for making this special visit possible. National Poetry Month at our elementary schools. A huge thank you to the Cobb Fund for their visit to West Villages Elementary. This was where a tree was planted in honor of Arbor Day at West Villages Elementary. The Osterville Garden Club was kind enough to donate said tree, and this was planted at at West Villages Elementary. And thank you so much to the Osterville Garden Club. This is our elementary schools. We're going to move over to Barnstable United School, where they had a tremendous Arbor Day. A huge thank you to David Chalker from Bartlett Tree Experts for making this day possible. Students were joined by Professor Elwood Prinklethorn, who brought trees to life with humor and insights, showing these essentials of our environment and climate. We learned how trees clean the air, cool communities, and connect science to everyday life. Each student went home with a ginkgo sampling from Bartlett Tree Experts, a living fossil they can plant and grow for generations. Learning is a family affair. There was an incredible turnout for the Barnstable United Elementary Schools Title I program's annual Family Math and Literacy Night. It was so inspiring to see our families dive into literacy activities and math games together. The best part was that every student went home with a brand new book and math materials to keep the learning momentum going. Thank you to everyone who joined and made the night a huge success. This is BUES's Title I Family Literacy Night, where the community learns and grows together. Outstanding. Staying at BUES, for the first time, they had Outside the Pod Night, a spectacular time celebrating Barnstable students and showcasing everything that makes our enrichment programs so special, from the vibrant art show and the innovative STEM fair to our dedicated National Honor Society volunteers from Barnstable High School. The energy was incredible. A huge thank you to the Kiwanis Club of Hyannis for donating 3 bikes for our giveaway, and to everyone who supported our raffle baskets and the courtyard beautification project. Congratulations to our bike winners. This is Outside the Pod Night at Barnstable United Elementary School. We're going to move to the intermediate level, where April was Autism Awareness Month, where the school was decked out in colorful displays and educational posters to celebrate our students. We love seeing the halls filled with the messages of acceptance and understanding. This is Autism Awareness Night at Barnstable Intermediate School. Great job. Staying at the intermediate school, they wrapped up phase 3 of the Massachusetts Cultural Council's Creative Schools Grant. Local graphic designer and artist Mary Catherine Starr spent two periods with each team at BIS, showing them her style of comic drawing and leading students through their own creations. Kids had a blast seeing their teachers get comicified and then turn their own creativity on. This comes after a winter visit from graphic novelist Matt Haggerty's and the school-wide implementation of the comic tech platform Storyboard That. We are staying still at the intermediate school. This is the science fair that took place where our student scientists proudly presented their innovative projects, from creative experiments to thoughtful research. The level of curiosity and dedication on display was truly inspiring. A thank you to our judges for taking the time to evaluate each project, and the support our students had in their scientific journey. Congratulations to all the participants on their hard work. This is the science fair that took place at Barnstable Intermediate School. And we see some of the members here on the dais were there in attendance. Tremendous. It was noted that the first musical for the Barnstable Intermediate School and Barnstable United Elementary School drama clubs, the Lion King Jr., came to life last weekend. I happened to be there. Other school committee members were there. The performances, the melodies, the memorization, the set design, the costumes, the makeup, the lighting, the sound design. This performance mirrored what the high school drama club is able to put on. And as was noted, these are elementary and intermediate students who are going to be going on to now include themselves in the high school drama club. We have a tremendous pathway, a tremendous pipeline that's in place, and just a tremendous job to the Lion King Jr., the first production for the BIS and the Barnstable United Elementary School. We're going to move over to the high school now, where students welcome the visiting artist Cedric Douglas to Barnstable High School for a lecture and workshop on aerosol and art techniques. Cedric is well known in the Boston artist circle. He describes himself as a designer, street artist, social interventionist, and muralist. Cedric shared his inspiring story and did a hands-on workshop with students in studio art classes at Barnstable High School. The students created their own large-scale collaborative paintings with a positive message of vibe and love, which can be seen in the parking lot near the football field. Staying at Barnstable High School, this is the Environmental Science and Career Pathway. Jack Brunel and Henry Richardson are part of a team of students spread out across the backside of Dowses Beach, along Barnstable's East Bay. They're all underclassmen in this Environmental Science and Technology Career Pathway, and they're using minnow traps and a long net to survey life in the estuary. This is the Environmental and Science Career Pathway taking place at Dowses Beach. Again, much to report from Barnstable High School. State Representative Kippy Diggs visited our JROTC program to talk about his experiences attending Barnstable High School, the work that he does on Beacon Hill, and to present a congratulatory certificate from the House of Representatives to the company commander. Outstanding, who is, by the way, going on to school at Mass Maritime Academy, where the JROTC program had a great field trip visiting and touring the campus. There was a ship tour, a ship diving simulator, a search and rescue exercise, and survival skills relay. Our JROTC program visiting Mass Maritime Academy and seeing all that was there. And just to conclude, they were able, in terms of the survival skills relay, anyone that's in the maritime or the fishing industry will know, those are the gummy suits. that you need to wear if, God forbid, your ship should go down. So they did this exercise, being able to put their gummy suits on so that they are safe and can move forward. We're so proud of our CNA students who completed their written exams. They walked in nervous but rose to the challenge. We are excited for what lies ahead. This is our CNA students who completed their written exams recently at the high school. Just want to give a shout out. These are our students and staff of the month at the high school. For our staff member, second from the left, that's Miss Nina Maloney, described as the GOAT by her students for making every student feel safe, seen, and supported. I'm just going to go down the list. For 8th grade, Ryan Zawani, 9th grade, Grace O'Rourke, 10th grade, Abriana McPherson, 11th grade, Facilia Barroso, and our senior was Isabella Locks. Outstanding job for our students of the month. History came to life at Barnstable High School, where Holocaust survivor Jack Trumpeter, a hidden child from the Netherlands, shared his story with over 900 students. His message wasn't just about history, it was about a call to stand up to injustice and fight prejudice where it's found. As a Cambridge-based artist and member of the child survivors of Shoah, apologize for the pronunciation. Jack reminds us that while history can be heavy, our voices are the best tool to ensure it never repeats itself. A great job for the history department for putting this together. We are coming down the home stretch, folks. This was the Poetry Slam that took place at the high school. A massive congratulations to all the brave students who took the stage for the annual Poetry Slam. Their talent, vulnerability, and voice displayed were truly inspiring. Shout out to first place, Addie Otto, second place, Harry Ellerton, apologies for the pronunciation, and third place tie to Isaiah Ewing and Barava Apollon. A great job for the Poetry Slam. Jazz night at the high school was outstanding, from classic to swing to modern grooves. The energy in the night auditorium was electric. A huge thank you to everyone who came out to support the music education at Barnstable High School. This was the jazz night that took place, at the end of which they had awards that were given out. It's been noted, and I'm glad that we're having this, the fashion show. This is the pre-production for the fashion show. This is the practice that went into the overall event. Amy Butterfield, the staff advisor, did a tremendous job. And this is my clicker here, just to go back. This is the preparation. This is the practice. And folks, the color, the different lines, the shapes and the silhouettes, the texture, the form and the space. This was a first-class show. These are all ensembles that the students themselves put together. It was a packed house in the PAC auditorium, and they just hit it out of the park for every single aspect of fashion. Again, color, line, shape, silhouette, texture, form, space. The students did a tremendous job, and look forward to this every single year. Speaking of fashion, Grace Marie Cooney, this is a Barnstable High School graduate who went on to the Pratt Institute, after which she got a job working with J. Crew, and now she works currently with Calvin Klein. There was a piece in the Cape Cod Times highlighting her, so I thought it important to mention. This is Grace Marie Cooney, Barnstable graduate, who now at the tender age of 22 has landed a job with Calvin Klein. We had the Seal of Biliteracy. This is our students' field trip to France. From living local lights to city lights, our Barnstable High School students wrapped up an unbelievable field trip. They spent 7 nights immersed in French culture through a homestay program, living with locals and building friendships that bridge the ocean. Then they spent their final 2 days exploring the magic of Paris. A huge thank you to our host families and for their incredible hospitality. We can't wait to return the favor when the French students visit us in October of 2026. Our seniors were here, and we're coming down the home stretch. I just wanted to note, this is Barnstable High School Decisions 2026. and I'm going to do 5 this month and 5 next month. What's different is this is Jaden DeLumba, who's going on to the University of Mississippi. This is how it's going, and this is how it started for our BHS decisions. Paige Huntington, who will be taking her talents to Ohio State University, studying radiologic sciences. This is how it's going. This is how it started. Cairo Dos Santos will be taking his talents to Harvard College, studying neuroscience with a joint degree in linguistics. Sulan Rodriguez, Massachusetts College of Art and Design. And to conclude, Nathan Gregoire going on to the University of Helsinki. You can find these on social media at Barnstable Decisions 2026. We see where it started and we see where our students are now. The celebration pathway is going to be on the 18th for our educators who are taking their talents, and our students, who are taking their talents from the classroom and looking to go on to be future educators. And coming down the home stretch with athletics, I just want to start with the winter. These are 2 of our juniors. On the left is Anthony Perella. He missed his entire junior season with an injury, but stayed positive and focused. That's Hassa Armstrong. They're clearly at the University of Connecticut for one of their college visits. Sacred Heart University was kind enough to visit Barnstable High School, came to Barnstable High School to visit. The United States Military Academy at West Point also came to Barnstable High School to visit. That's the head coach at West Point University, whose name escapes me for now. But Anthony has earned a scholarship from West Point University, currently holds that, and Hassa currently has 4 scholarships that he has garnered as he goes into his senior year. So to conclude, the volleyball team is playing outstanding. Currently only have 1 loss in a total of 13 games, and were recently highlighted. They're doing a tremendous job. Our lacrosse team is having a good season and moving forward, and if I can get this for you, their next game is coming up. As I try to find, yes, the next game is on Tuesday versus Dartmouth. You can go ahead and see the lacrosse team. And last but certainly not least, our girls softball team is working hard and having a tremendous season, working well. Their next home game is going to be on Wednesday against BR. And as the clicker, we just have a couple more. Clicker holds on me. And there we are. So a little bit less than a half an hour, but we want to get through it expeditiously. Thank you so much, Chair, for allowing me to give my school committee slides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 4.5, Superintendent's Report.
Great, thank you. In awareness of the time, I will omit a few things that I wanted to talk about, but we'll try to fill in some gaps. I want to start by recognizing the holidays and days of recognition for May. Kristen, the Assistant Superintendent, will talk a lot about Teacher Appreciation Week, which we are currently in. We want to say thank you and send our gratitude to all of our teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week. But this is also a time where we recognize other professionals in our midst. May 1st is School Principals Day, so we want to recognize and thank the school principals for all of the leadership that they provide in operating their school buildings. Oh, great. Oh, there we go. May 1st is also School Lunch Hero Day, and thank all of our school lunch heroes for the really critical service they provide in providing breakfast and lunch to the kiddos in the Barnstable Public Schools. Today is May 6th. It is School Nurse Day, so we want to thank all of our school nurses for the health services they provide to our students, both in school and outside of school, like on field trips, and that is part of National Nurses Week this week. May 6th is also National Interpreters Day, and so it's important, I think, for us to recognize that we do have really important folks as our family liaisons providing interpretation and translation services to our families. May 8th is School Communicators Day, so all of that amazing social media that you saw that Andre has shared tonight comes from our communications department, and so I want to recognize Brianna, Travis, and Noreen for all the work that they do to communicate and work with our TV studio also to develop communications among students. And later on in the month, we recognize our speech and language pathologists and thank them them for the important services they do to support students' speech and language development and also the development of social skills. I wasn't planning on mentioning this, but it came up so often. I want to make note for the community that out of my office last week, I did send a communication related to the proposed shelter relocation. And I've heard from a number of people today that they did not receive it. So just looking in our system, the email went out to nearly 6,000 email addresses, 95% of which were successful. But there are a number of folks who've opted out of our emails. There was some sort of delivery error, invalid email address, their mailbox was full, or it was flagged as spam. So I think it's worth checking that you're getting our messages. I've mentioned this before for like snow day communications. It went out very, very broadly. And I'll just note a little bit of, I'm trying to meet the needs of the community, but a little frustrated on my end because many of the answers that people are seeking, I don't feel are mine to give. And so I communicated what I thought would be helpful, informative, and accurate, and included information about our awareness of the proposed shelter relocation, the conversations that had come up at the school committee meeting, and your request for the attorney to be present, in that there was an agenda item posted. And I had also shared the HAC website that includes content that they are putting out related to the proposal. So I just wanted to clear that up and let the community know, because again, I was getting some messaging today that people hadn't received it. Congratulations to all of the amazing things that are happening. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I did want to hang a particular sign on the Lion King Jr. Because it was its inaugural show. It was very, very impressive. I was in the audience on Sunday and really had tears of pride and joy, and it just all the feels. It was really, really impressive to see. And what I guess I wanted to add, I believe they sold out all 4 of their shows. I know Thursday night was sold out. I know Sunday was sold out, and there was speculation that Saturday shows were also sold out. So it was just really, really impressive. So congratulations to everybody who was part of that. This was not highlighted on social media, but we did also have a celebration of Arbor Day through the town, and the town of Barnstable has an annual Arbor Day celebration, and this year it was at Barnstable Community Innovation School in honor of the town's Tree City designation. In collaboration with AmeriCorps Cape Cod, a total of 6 trees of various species were planted near the BCIS Community Garden. So I want to thank Lynn Poyant and the town of Barnstable for hosting that again this year. It's always a great ceremony. Lastly, just for the committee and the community, we are at the point in the year where the House of Representatives and the Senate put out their budgets. The House budget passed a few days ago. And they increased minimum aid from the governor's budget and reduced some state grant funds with no major changes to circuit breaker. They are also proposing some regulatory requirements of Department of Education to improve costs to districts related to special education transportation, which follows a recent study by the Inspector General's office. And Chris Dwelle and Sandy Gifford are credited with helping to provide information on what I think is a really important, among other people, but is a really important guidepost because we are all concerned about the escalating costs of special ed transportation. The Senate budget just came out yesterday, and from what I gathered in a brief review, they've added or are proposing to add additional funding towards local aid for municipalities, which, while not Chapter 70, is helpful to us, in particular the way that Barnstable kind of allocates funds and sort of collaborates with the 60-40 split with the town. The budget's not done. It goes to conference committee. The Senate has to approve their budget first, and then it'll go to conference committee to sort of hash out between the two later on in the calendar year towards the summer. But I just wanted you to know that those have been recently issued, and any additional revenues that come in get kind of reconciled in the fall and returned to the town and schools in the form of reserves according to the split after other costs are taken into consideration. That's my report tonight.
Any questions or comments? Andre?
Yes, I did have a couple things. You said that 95% of the families received the communication relative to the shelter. Is that correct?
95% of the emails were received that also went out to faculty and staff.
That's good. You noted at the beginning that you were going to, not discuss certain things because of the time of the meeting. Again, I will say for me, the time of the meeting is not an issue. We have one meeting a month, and it's important, very important, to discuss all the things that the Barnstable High School has done. So don't feel a need to rush. We certainly want to hear, as you are the superintendent, everything that is of importance to the community. You noted a little bit, again, relative to the email, reticence in terms of your role and so on and forth. But as was discussed, the health and safety of the students is certainly central to what you're doing. You are the commander-in-chief of the district, and so you are the leader in terms of the health and safety. And so while I recognize that point that you're making, the readiness that we maybe might need to start ramping up should this shelter go in would be something that's directly under your purview, and something that I want to hear more about personally. So I understand, it's not our building, but you're the superintendent. Health and safety is central to what we're doing, and should that shelter go in, then readiness is at the top of the list, maybe usurping everything else. So no need to rush. We want to hear everything. You did mention the social media, which I think is very good. And I do certainly put time into those slides. I know that people tune in just to actually see what I'm talking about and what's available in the community, and it's delivered in a fashion that's consistent with effective and efficient meetings. So I do use some of the social media, not all. It's a good amount of what the district has to offer, but again, communication is what we're supposed to be doing as a district, and I think the social media is strong. That's something, when you came to the district, in terms of telling our story, was a part of our initial conversation, and it's there. People can see it, people can access it, and it's a no-brainer for people to see it and then to be enthused by it. So it's cyclical, and I'm pleased with it, and I know it. I hope it continues, and it continues effectively moving forward. So just those. Please don't rush ever. Our meetings are our meetings, and the time is the time. And then I'm glad that 95% of the parents have responded. And as this conversation goes forward, if that shelter does go in, then readiness is the top of my mind.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Thank you for talking about the letter that you sent out. I think it's extremely important that many of the people that were speaking tonight haven't signed up for the emails. So I don't know if there's a way to get them signed up, or if we can put that out there on the BPS website, or however you want to do it. But I hope that we can continue to have, information shared that way around sensitive topics, just because I think it really clarifies what our role is, and, what our potential power is, what power we have as a board. And also it shows the community that we are circumspect, and we see ourselves as one town, and, we have eyes in the back of our head too, and we're looking around and trying to keep things, safe for everyone, and be a part of the conversation. I think we want to be part of the conversation. But I really like the idea of just kind of keeping everyone on a level playing field, disseminating information. In my experience in dealing with these really difficult conversations, the important thing is to have one set of facts and not several different groups of facts because someone has a Facebook page and somebody doesn't like me because I worked at Hack or whatever, right? Like, it's just important we start from one spot, and then we can get to our destination in a very direct manner. So I appreciate that. That's all. Thank you.
Mike, do you have anything?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to I kind of felt uncomfortable bringing it up before you brought it up, just because I was going to bring it up before, but I was like, I don't want to get ahead of you. You're the superintendent. You two are the two voices. So like I wanted to let you have the opportunity, but I thank you for bringing that up because as I've said before, there was a lot of stuff within staff. There was a lot like misconceptions. I don't even know where they came from. There was a lot of stuff from families I've heard from. Like I hear from a lot of people on this subject, and the more we can get out, the better off we're going to be. And I agree with Jen. It's one voice, like as far as we decide what we're doing here, and that's where it goes. And from the official folks, and but I thank you for like sending out those two emails because I think I'm hoping that it's going to, even us, we hear different things every meeting we come to, and I don't know what's the truth and what's not. So that's why I appreciate having the lawyer come because that's our legal, that's what we pay him for. So that's our guiding principles as far as the law. So thank you for putting that out to staff and to students because I think hopefully I've read both of them and I'm hoping that it kind of took care of some of the misconceptions what we know and who knows even if but it's the facts is we know them. So thank you very much for putting that out. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping that's going to help like get it kind of let people know where we stand and what is truth and what is fiction. So thank you. That's all I have.
And was there anything that you left off that you think you want to bring up? Or are you good?
I'll just note, I really wanted to gush over the art and fashion show as well. Really fantastic and a hallmark of some of the best work that is done in the district. Really pleased about the partnership that occurred with the Barnstable Teachers Association and Bike Safety Day. Want to name Chris Vines and Erin Meager for teaming up with Jeff Craddock and providing the bike helmets to the first graders. And I was going to highlight West Village's Arbor Day.
You should go after her because you took away all our thunder.
I picked the West Village's highlight. We can't. I tend to pick things here and there, but we so often focus on the high school, and I knew I was going to talk about the intermediate school. And the West Village's Arbor Day highlight was certainly a wonderful collaboration with the Osterville Garden Club, who's been a great partner to us. So thank you for inviting me to round that out. And I would just add, health and safety is always my paramount and top concern, and I think my actions in the district have shown that. So you know that I will be responsive, and I think that my role is to guide us and lead us through potential impact and understanding what that could look like and protecting our students and staff safely. When I was referencing answers that are not mine to give, there's a lot about the HAC and Catholic Charities operations that it's not my purview, it's not my role, it's not my authority. I don't want to get it wrong. And so that's why I shared the website so that people had at least those FAQs that they could take a look at. So thank you.
Item 4.6, Assistant Superintendent Kristen.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with a curriculum review update. So on April 10th, we had our in-service day, but that was also the day that both the secondary ELA curriculum review and the elementary math curriculum review culminated with their respective consensus meetings. So for the secondary ELA, with a unanimous vote, the ELA department recommended HMH's Into Literature for adoption for the 2026 school year. This recommendation has been forwarded to the superintendent for review and will be moving forward with the purchase of this program. We'll have a 5-year contract with the vendor. This is for student and teacher resources. And if you recall, this curriculum review was part of the PRISM grant. So that's through the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And the grant will pay for 50% of the cost of our 5-year contract. And the district is responsible for the remaining 50% of the purchase. And on May 22nd, the vendor will be facilitating the kickoff PD for staff. And we will also be engaging with them for ongoing professional development and support for staff in the first year of implementation. Regarding the elementary math, we followed a nearly identical review process. However, during the final stages, we encountered an unforeseen development where the night before, and I literally mean the night before the consensus meeting, we learned of a pending litigation against Curriculum Associates, the parent company of iReady. The claim, that was one of our two that we were reviewing, the claim being that Curriculum Associates had violated data privacy laws. So to ensure full transparency with staff and also wanting to maintain the integrity of the curriculum review process, this information about the pending litigation was shared as part of our final curriculum review presentation that went to all staff on April 10th and again during the consensus meeting that afternoon. We wanted the consensus team to know about this development and to remain true to the review process and consider the merits of each program as piloted, include these factors in their decision-making. Despite this information, we received a very strong majority vote with 85% of the team recommending iReady for adoption for the 2026 school year. iReady involves both print materials and tangible mathematics manipulatives, as well as a digital platform that provides formative assessment and targeted practice for students on key mathematical concepts and skills. It's the latter part of the program that's the focus of the lawsuit. So the recommendation, as with into literature, the recommendation for iReady was forwarded to the superintendent for review. In the weeks since that recommendation was shared, we've been following the news about the pending litigation very carefully. And while our attorney routinely reviews contracts as part of this review, the school attorney is conducting extra due diligence in reviewing this contract and the privacy policies for iReady. We verified that iReady is part of the Massachusetts Student Data Privacy Consortium. This consortium is organized by the Education Cooperative out of Walpole, Massachusetts. It's a local area collaborative. On behalf of member districts, they have negotiated data privacy agreements so that individual districts do not need to negotiate individually with each vendor. These agreements are the gold standard in the state in ensuring an ed tech company is following the appropriate privacy laws. When initiating the pilot, we secured iReady's data privacy agreement and have it on file. iReady is a very popular math program used in Massachusetts. It's used in 79 schools across 30 districts in Massachusetts. We are continuing to review the contract and privacy policies of iReady, and we're in the process of planning for the kickoff PD session for elementary math that will also be held during our May 22nd in-service. Because it is a big investment and we prioritize student safety, privacy, and well-being, we wanted to reassure our community that we are taking extra care in our review and adoption with this and every program, but obviously in this particular case. I do have two additional, okay. I was able to attend the science fair at BIS. I did want to throw in a little additional piece that I really enjoyed with this. Great projects. They ranged from questions of do plants have feelings to how dirty is BIS. But there are also students were measuring the difference in sourdough bread that used 2-week sourdough starter versus 2-year sourdough starter. It was delicious. How different amounts of trash affected the growth rate of plants, the trash being in the soil that they're being grown in. But back to the question of how dirty is BIS. The students took swabs of a number of areas of BIS, morning and afternoon, introduced the contents of the swab to labeled Petri dishes, and tracked the growth of the contaminants over a period of 8 days. The areas tested included the staff bathroom, the student bathroom, cafeteria tables, the spiral staircase railing, and Mr. Hinckley's basketball that he keeps in his classroom. And I'm very happy to report that the staff and student bathrooms, along with the cafeteria tables, were very clean. Very little growth. But based on their data, I would not recommend picking up Mr. Hinckley's classroom basketball. So, but a big shout out to Erin Andrews for her work with that. They were fantastic presentations. The students had clearly put in a lot of time and effort and really thoughtful about their topics. Really interesting. And then finally, in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I am truly grateful for the passionate and caring educators in Barnstable. The work is not easy, but their impact is far-reaching. And so I'm sharing the following. Our district's bright light. You bring the magic day after day, guiding minds in a special way. You spark the curiosity, nurture the talent, keep learning exciting, strong, and balanced. With patience and wisdom, you lead the way, helping our students shine, come what may. You are the heart of our schools, the guiding light, making a difference, bringing futures bright. Thank you for your dedication you show, for helping our students learn and grow. Your impact is profound, truly remarkable. We are so grateful that you are in Barnstable. And so I will just say I cannot take credit for the poem. It is anonymous. I did edit the last 2 lines, and I will tell you it is not easy to find a word that rhymes with Barnstable. But we found remarkable, and I would say that our educators truly are remarkable. So, thank you.
Okay, that was a great poem. Comments, questions? Mike?
So just on now that those 2 reviews are kind of coming to, not the what they're picking and all of that, it's kind of coming to the end. So I know, like, through the process, especially at the beginning, I was kind of asking, like, when are you going to get the consumables and all of the teacher books and all of that out? Are you still kind of on a timeline of getting it out by the end of this year?
Yes.
Thinking? Yeah.
Yep. So
doesn't have to be exact date, but you're still kind of on that timeline of kind of like you should be able to get it out by the end of the year.
we will have materials before the end of the school year. Our target is to have the teacher materials in hand for the May 22nd PD.
Okay.
That's gonna be tight, but
that's what I'm asking.
It looks like we're on target there, but all materials will be received
Before the end of the school year.
Okay,
that's, I mean, I know, like, it's always like the goal, but that's like a year and a half down the road, and you never know if something's gonna, so that's kind of still on target. Okay, cool. And for both of you, you're educators. Thank you very much. Like, you thank everybody, but no one ever thanks you too. So thank you, you're educators, and thank you very much, and happy Educator Appreciation Week.
All right, thank you. New business, item 5.1, approve the Coast Guard JROTC field trip for 1 student to attend Coast Guard Leadership Academy in Yorktown, Virginia, June 15 through 19, 2026.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Move to approve the Coast Guard JROTC field trip for 1 student to attend Coast Guard Leadership Academy in Yorktown, Virginia, June 15th through the 19th, 2026, as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Okay, Sarah?
Thank you. Captain Schultz couldn't be with us tonight. This is a new field trip. As you noted, it's 1 student who will be attending the Junior Leadership Academy. The parents have already been informed and have signed a permission form. So, and it's been approved by David Anthony. It is going to be reimbursed. By and large, the expenses are paid by the Coast Guard. So we help them with the airfare and transportation, and then the costs get reimbursed.
Do you know who the student is?
Yes, I do. It is Nolan Payne. He's a 10th grader.
Wow, that's great. Any questions or comments? Andre?
Just glad to hear about this field trip, glad to hear about the reimbursement, and then just from going to some of the events. I believe Nolan is a school choice student that decided to come to Barnstable specifically for the JRTC program, and so going to this event with other people, he can bring that back and continue to grow the program. So this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, is this an annual?
I am not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments? A motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.2, approve Massachusetts Science and Engineering Fair State Competition Field Trip on Saturday, May 9th at Clark University in Worcester.
Yeah, so coming out of the BIS local fair, we have 3 students who qualified to proceed on to the state fair for middle school students at Clark University. They will be traveling with their families, but because they are representing Barnstable Intermediate School, we are putting this forward as a field trip for your review. And because it's a weekend, it is considered an extended trip. I support it, and it has been reviewed by Dave Anthony.
Move to approve the Massachusetts Science and Engineering Fair State Competition Field Trip on Saturday, May 9, 2026 at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We handled 5.3, so now we're on 5.4, full day pre-K update.
Great. So I do have 3 slides just to sort of summarize where we are. And Kathy and I thought that putting it on the agenda would kind of bring awareness to the presentation versus just having it in the superintendent's report. But that was something that we were considering. So we've been very actively planning for full day pre-K for 4-year-olds following your budget approval in April. We meet on a weekly basis, and I say we, it is Principal Kim White, Principal Sasha Negron, and the Director of Special Education, Kim Stolowski. And we're also communicating throughout the week, but we have a formal weekly meeting. I left, this is from a previous slide deck, and I left the vision and core values in because I just felt like it really aligned with our goal here in terms of educating the whole child and really supporting students and doing in a way that is collaborative and with our community. So I left that in because I think it really is anchoring this initiative. So where we are and what we're planning for, we are planning to continue to have what we call preschool for 3-year-olds in 7 half-day classrooms. So that's really not a change. We have and are planning for pre-K, the pre-kindergarten students as 4-year-olds, 5 full-day classrooms at Enoch Cobb and 2 full-day classrooms at Centerville. We're thinking to, in terms of making assignments for students and families, kind of prioritizing based on the policies we have in place for attendance areas. So kind of prioritizing Enoch Cobb for students who are kind of in the general area of Hyannis and Enoch Cobb for transportation reasons. And then prioritizing students who would be assigned to Centerville or the Mills schools for classrooms in Centerville. Might not be that easy, but it's a general premise that we're going for. In part because I've had complaints over the years that we've got students, for example, who live in Cotuit, and little ones who spend an hour on a bus going from Cotuit to Enoch Cobb. So I think Centerville is a great location because it just creates some geographic diversity. Again, it's not going to be always neat and clean because we also have to take into consideration student learning needs and make sure that the classrooms, this is an integrated preschool, make sure that the classrooms are made up correctly, but it's a general principle that we'll be basing this on, as well as keeping Enoch Cobb students at Enoch Cobb if they would prefer to do that. And then have 1 half-day classroom in Enoch Cobb for 4-year-olds. So some folks are asking why Centerville. Centerville has previously hosted pre-K. So classrooms, bathrooms, and playgrounds are ready. They have this space. We've seen sort of a decrease in enrollment at Centerville in the past couple of years. We can co-locate critical services. They have several ILC classrooms, and so some related services like speech and language, OTPT can be co-located there for support of the preschool. And geographically, I think it's just good to spread out in town. Current status of major planning items. We are currently assessing parent and guardian interest in full day pre-K. So Sasha Negron sent a survey out and is providing students both who have IEPs and also their peers with choice. And so we're gathering that information from families now. We are following that up. This is sort of their initial interest. We have a parent and guardian information night scheduled for next Thursday via Zoom. So we will share more detail because there's a lot of questions, and so they might want to change their choice, and we'll follow up with them next week. We do have interpreters lined up to attend, and we'll do that through Zoom to make it as convenient as possible. We do want to ask parents to commit to 5 days for full day pre-K because we do anticipate a lottery. And so, just in our consideration, I think I'd hate to deny a student whose family intends for 5 days for somebody who wants 2. And so we want to kind of ask parents to commit to 5 days. It's sort of, I think the intent is to maximize that exposure to full day pre-K. We are surveying staff regarding their class assignment preference. We are preparing for support services. So Maddie Campagna in food services is prepared and excited about the prospect of providing breakfast, lunch, and afternoon snacks at the preschool. And some of this food will also, it was already being planned to provide more food options for students in the half-day programs out of our food services and our cafeterias. So she's working on that and is excited about it. Sandy Gifford and her team is working on transportation. A lot is a wait and see until we see student assignments in particular classrooms and schools. And I note, if applicable, not all students get district transportation to the preschool. So for those who do get transportation with us, we're making plans, or ready to make plans for that. Any change in working conditions and a schedule triggers impact bargaining, and so we are working with the Barnstable Teachers Association regarding that. The principals are making plans to purchase equipment and materials to equip the new classrooms and make sure that the spaces are ready. That's particularly true for Centerville. And then there's also the managing of the CPPI grant, where funds are supporting this. A couple considerations that I wanted to kind of put out, and happy to take comments or questions or feedback. We are, given all that we have to plan and the timing, the planning team has kind of had a conversation, and we would like to recommend no fee or tuition in year 1. Why? We're piloting. So we're sort of figuring this out in a short period of time. I think in order to have it not feel arbitrary, we would like to take more time to do market research, especially if we're considering a sliding scale based on income, which I think we should. And I think C is a huge part. Families haven't been planning on it. They might be planning for a fee, for example, if they were going to do private pre-K, but they might not be planning for it if they are with us for half a day and don't have private pre-K for the other half of a day. We really should be giving some notice. Typically, we would have a whole process in the January, February timeframe. We'd take a deposit. We might consider payment plans. So I feel like it would spring it on families, and we haven't built it into the budget, so we're not depending upon it for this year. So that's a consideration, and I just wanted to be kind of transparent and share our thinking with you. And then the other consideration, which should be number 2, is that we do anticipate lottery because we think that there's going to be some interest, and we will do the lottery in such a way that allows for balance within classrooms. They are integrated, and so we need to make sure that there's the appropriate ratio of students with IEPs and their peers. So we would conduct it in that way. I don't have a date for that yet, but I think naturally we want to do it well, we want to do it right, but we also know that people are looking for certainty in making plans. So sooner rather than later, and so that's kind of where we are. I just wanted to share all of that with you as it comes together.
Questions?
So how are you communicating this to parents that might have kids that are pre-K that age that you maybe don't have? Like, how are we promoting it?
So one way is to put it on the agenda here and to share it with you. We're going to take the presentation that gets put together next Thursday and share it more broadly. I don't think that, I know we've had some new signups for some new students coming in. I think we'll fill our seats.
Yeah. And then the second question is, what do you think this will cost in our budget? Have you done any back of the envelope calculations, even though it's not figured into the budget yet?
It's figured
I mean, it is figured in, I'm sorry, but so what is it, if we're not charging for it, what is the difference between,
It's basically, the cost would entail, so we've got 2 new teachers coming in and 4 new paraprofessionals coming in, plus materials costs. And we did factor that in at one point during the budget presentation, and it's kind of the difference. I want to say 260,000 stands out, and I think that's roughly the difference that the vote changed. Mike, you're
I think I kind of forgot what you were talking about, so it just dawned on me when you said 260. So that was the number that was originally gone to the CPPI people, was 260.
Right. Okay, I remember now.
Remember
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
just dawned,
thank you.
actually
Yeah.
dawned on me because I didn't remember it either.
Yeah.
That was 260, and they gave us 60,000 if I remember. So we're going to be short about 200,000.
Yeah, that's right. I recall it all now.
is
Yeah,
that
thank
right?
you. Yeah.
Wow. I'm shut down for the rest of the night. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
that's
pulled
it.
that out.
You can go now.
I'm going home. Was that right, Chris? That's what it was, right? Yeah.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have a question? Andre?
Thank you, Chair. I'm encouraged that you're looking at the student learning needs in terms of the placements of the different students. But also, I like the idea of geographic diversity and having one of the facilities be in Centerville, because it's in the center of the town, right? So you have, again, to the student in Katuitt, that has to travel a ways. If we're going to have a second program, have it in a place that's going to cut down on that commute for all the different families. So Centerville, along with the space optimization, they have the space. It's also going to be more convenient for the families. Again, relative to outreach, there's a Zoom meeting on the 16th for
14th.
the 14th.
14th.
Okay, so for people that are interested in the program, for them to get the information that they would need, so on and forth, I do understand the budgetary considerations, but when we look at this as a pilot program and we anticipate a lottery, that tells me that this is something that there's a demand for in the town. This is something that the taxpayers are going to be appreciative of, that they are going to, that they see that this is quite helpful. And I've already received feedback from, friends of mine and who have kids in the school, and they've been very encouraged by it. So I think it'll be a positive development, and then we can look at ways going forward to make this budget neutral and sustainable.
Mike?
Yeah, that's really good forethought. I wouldn't have thought of that, but it makes sense. Like to say to a family, yeah, you need to come up with X amount of money. Like having had my kids go, all 4 of them went through the preschool program. Like it's a bill. So it's not something really cool to be thrown on people. And like you said, you used to pay something every month versus a whole lump sum here 4 months from now. One question I have for you, and I could be completely ignorant with this, and I'm not sure, but it was always when the kids went there, and I think it's still maybe that we don't have a lot of peers, the peer model. We have a lot of kids on IEPs, but it was always, I know when my kids went, it was always really hard to get peers to go, and I know part of that was because it was part-time and all of that. But so the lottery, or the way it's going to be made up, and I don't know if you guys have got to this. So are the kids who are on IEPs, is that going to be a lottery, and then there's going to be a second lottery for peers, or have you guys even got to that? How, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to also depend on student learning needs. So I think we're still gathering all of that information, but the lottery is going to have to balance
And I know there's
assignments
always
out.
been a problem getting kids the peers, so I'm hoping that this will help the peer side of it.
That's one of the theories of action here, is that by providing full day, we'll get more peers.
Because I know that's always been a problem.
That's the feedback.
That's the
I
hope
will say
is.
anecdotally.
Yeah.
We haven't done any surveying, but that's, you know,
Kind of the hope of this.
yeah, that's, I think, an outcome that we can hope to expect. Sorry, a lot of words, but yeah.
No, because
Yeah.
that's, like I said, my kids all went there, but they were the pairs, and it was really, really hard to get. Like, we were always asking families, like, that we knew, like, because they were always like, hey, do you know anybody who wants to be a pair? Like, so that's always been kind of a problem, so hopefully this will help that problem. Thank you.
So I have a question. If the interest negates, or if the interest demands a lottery, will the students, especially the IEP students, will they have, if they've already been in the school, have a priority, or do they have to become part of the lottery?
We're going to have to maintain the ratios, but we also want to be mindful of student learning needs and what the content of the IEPs are. So, it's nuanced.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have anything? Okay. Item 5.5, approve the job description for the math specialist.
Thank you. So as part of the budget, you approved a reallocation of a reading position into a math specialist position as kind of a pilot at High West to support the new math program implementation and student math interventions. And so what we did was Kristen took the reading specialist job description and tweaked it to be math, and it has been reviewed by the BTA.
Approve the math specialist job description as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, finance and facilities, item 6.1, facilities update for Barnstable High School. Welcome, Doug.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I should say good night. And now, well, here it is, the big one we've been all waiting for, the high school. Barnstable High School, and I'll go, I think if I can get this right, there we go. Total square footage of this school is the largest of all the schools at 420,940 square feet. Of course, this school was built in 1957 at its new, well, in current location on West Main Street, and then expanded in 1963, then in 1976, and then again in 1999, which I believe is when the PAC was added. The original Barnstable High School was established in 1889. The student enrollment right now, as of May 1st, is approximately 1,574. The teachers and staff are approximately 363. There's approximately 88 general classrooms out of the 140 rooms used for education. I'd like to note and mention some of the past projects. To mention the baseball field upgraded in 2020, but it wasn't played on until 21-22 because of COVID. Then the football stadium was upgraded in 2022. And then most recently, we've had the new chiller for the night hall that went in 2024. The new visitor management was spring of 2025. The new exterior wall and window replacement outside of rooms 1324 and 2301. That's right adjacent to the library if you're out in the Red Hawk Ridge. That was in 2024. Bigger ones are the LED lighting project. That was completed 24-25. And now we're in the middle of finishing up the addition and upgrade to the DDC controls to the univents and the heating system. And that's currently in place and should be wrapping up in the next month. And then recently, over April break, I added this one, is updates to the Knight Hall parking lot, was spring 2026. We had to replace, I think 20 light fixture, LED lights up on the top of the poles on that one. Some of the projects to get excited about at the high school that we're planning for, of course, they started in 26 and then they're going to lead into fiscal year 27. This year, end of June is what we're shooting for. I'm hoping that the wet weather we had this spring will not delay that, is the completion of the 6 new tennis courts and then the 2 new pickleball courts. I don't know if anybody's driven by that, the new slabs that are in, the fencing post footings just went in, so it's pretty exciting. The culinary classroom, we just got our building permit for that yesterday. But luckily we've been doing a lot of work on that project under the demo permit or temporary permit, and that is to be completed August of 2026. There's a new building-wide PA system that will be installed. Bryce with infrastructure and technology is taking care of that. And I believe that it's also going to communicate with the entire district. I think I've mentioned it several times. And he's planning on doing that this summer. There's updates to the solar panel layout and plan that's still being worked on. Updates and replacement of 40 plus exhaust fans. There are about 150 exhaust fans on that roof. And gathering more and more information, I'm realizing that about 40 of them need to be replaced. That doesn't mean there's 40 of them not working. That just means that there's 40 that are either end of life, about to end life, and it's part of a program, part of a CIP that we asked for. Of course, the new roof over the entire school, the projected start date on that is 2028. Mason repairs around the perimeter of the school, we're hoping to do some of that this summer and then into next year. Fence repairs and replacement, I'm working on a fence company. We had a lot of damage during that blizzard that we had. As trees came down, fences were taken out. A lot of it was old fences. Kind of all it needed was a branch to hit it, and then it kind of ruined it. Miscellaneous mechanical upgrades throughout the whole school. That's been going on year after year. And then this year I want to really focus on some paving projects around the high school, again, because the storm did a lot of damage, not only to this school, but to a lot of the schools around the district. All right, so some of the numbers we want to talk about. The top of this page, like all the schools I've reported on, are CIPs that have been approved and CIPs that are in the works. I'll just talk briefly about some of them. BHS, remove and replace the main gym floor. That's hit a few hurdles. Right now we're back into a design procurement issue, so we're working on that. I'm still trying to shoot for it for this summer, crossing my fingers. The culinary project, as I mentioned, Performing Arts Center. The Performing Arts Center upgrades and repairs. This is basically almost like the first stage, but the first of many, I shouldn't say many, but the biggest one, I should say, which is the back of the house. It's the rigging and safety and fire curtain and electronics and technology, and we're working with Bryce and his team with us on that, and so it's gonna be a lot of things you're not gonna really see. Then you'll hear me coming back to you guys with a future CIP, which I'll talk about a little bit, about new chairs, new rugs, new lighting, which is front of house. BPS mechanical upgrades, I've talked about that, that's ongoing. HVAC efficiency upgrades, demolition of old portables, that's been completed. The exhaust fans I talked about, that's the CIP I was talking about. That'll cover about the 40 or so that we're going to do this year. Building envelope masonry that we're going to be doing throughout. Well, this is BUE. Interior shell, locker room renovation and design. That's just the design, and I'm kind of getting the numbers I'm getting on the design are a little higher than that, but we're still trying to finalize what we can do for design for those locker rooms. And this is the main locker rooms. It's not including the field house locker rooms. Network equipment replacement switches. That's something Bryce is working on across the district. This is just that one portion. and then the security cameras. Of course, then that jumps me down to CIPs that are being requested for fiscal year 27. These are specific just to the high school and the district. And if you notice, I broke them down to the percentage that covers the high school. So of course, the entire roof replacement, I think Chris is going to talk a little bit more about that and where we are with our initial appropriations to start that project. And then BPS mechanical upgrades, the portion of the 250 I talked about above comes out to about 30,000 for the high school, another 30,000 for the HVAC repairs. The percentage of the network equipment replacement for the switches I just talked about, 18,000, and then through the years, we 20, 22. Security camera upgrades, I know that Rice was working on that. There was a CIP that was for this, as you see above, 200,000. The percentage broken out to about 8 or 9 schools is what you're seeing there. Then the mason repairs, and then of course the digital control upgrades. Fiscal year 27 is 0, because for the high school, we're completing it, we're finishing it. What we asked for the DDC controls for this upcoming year is to finish off the last 3 schools that have to be done, which I think is West Villages, BWB, and BCIS. Of course, BIS, that's going to be done with new HVAC, the DDC controls are part of that program and that package. All right, here's the big and ugly one. I'm not going to go through all the dollar numbers on this one. I think you have them in front of you. This is basically spread out across the next 3 to 4 years. But I really want to focus, when we get to it, the bottom line for each year. But some of the things, and these are, of course, out of the Collier facilities assessment report. And some of them I've had to look through and spread out. So things like renovate and upgrade the restrooms throughout the school. They had it a little less than that. We're looking at more than that as I've been walking with some of the designers. It's going to be over $2.5 million to really renovate these restrooms. We were also looking at what we can do in the meantime, what we can do to clean them up. We're working on the plumbing issues. We're working on toilets. I think now we're stocking up toilet seats actually in stock, because that seems to be they're being ripped off, they're being torn. I mean, that just leaves the bathroom looking rough. But we're getting a program together. We're working on what we're going to do now, and then of course what we're going to do when we renovate them. And when we talk about renovation, it's basically probably changing out some tile and changing out some fixtures. Some of the restrooms have already had updates to the toilet partitions, but again, we'll look at. I've advised the designers to look at option A, option B, and option C. And then we'll treat each bathroom that way. This bathroom needs an A, this bathroom needs a B, this bathroom needs a C, and it'll be the most cost effective. But more to come on that when we get to it. Replace the carpets with tile in miscellaneous offices and hallways. We still have carpets. We've learned through the air quality thing, we need to get rid of those. So that'll be a program in fiscal year 28. Replace the carpet, like I mentioned, in the PAC. Replace the chairs and seating in the PAC. Repair and replace epoxy flooring, and that's in the restrooms and the kitchens and miscellaneous areas. Replace rubber flooring in the field house. Of course, what we're doing with some of the floors that they average out and they age out with time. So we'll be going back to the high school, and we'd want to address that field house floor. Refurbish and replace classrooms and office casework. That's the bookshelves, the shelving, things of that nature. Now, this other one, I broke it out, and I kind of stepped it in here, was to paint. It's not going to be specific to this, but we're looking at, to do it over 3 years, you would do like the 2100s through the 2700s, fiscal year 28. Fiscal year 29, we would jump down to the 1200s and the 1700s, because that's kind of like that east side of the school. And then to wrap it up and go into the third year, it would be the 1300s and the 1600s. Of course, a lot of that could change, but it's basically saying that the school needs to be painted by when we get into fiscal year 28. Replace and refinish exterior railings throughout That's almost at all the schools. The railings rust. They come. Some of them are dented, ruined. So that's in there. Repair the exterior ephes ceilings and columns. I don't know if you've ever been to the front of the school. That ceiling right at the front entrance needs to be replaced and fixed. There's some columns at the front of the school. There's some columns over by the night hall that need to be replaced. So we're going to start looking at that. Exterior doors and hardware replacement. As you know, we're doing 4 schools right now. Then we're going to do 3 schools. And then, of course, it's going to be the high school's turn. Where was I? Upgrade failing main water lines in the 1600s and the 2600 restroom. I'm being told that there's some water lines in there that in time they will need to be replaced. So that's kind of, I'm getting on it sooner than later. Then say we're going to look at it to repair it instead of a emergency repair. Upgrade to failing main water lines also. Oh, I don't mention that. Replace one of the 3 hot water boilers. I'm trying to get a more handle on this one. We just replaced a hot water heater in PCIS that was about 12 years old. So we're working on a preventive maintenance plan, and part of that is listing everything on the roof, everything from the rooftop units to air handler units on all the schools, and then it'll get down into the plumbing and the plumbing fixtures and hot water tanks, and I hopefully will be more preventive on these kind of surprises. Replace failing plumbing fixtures and carriers, faucets, flush valves. That's kind of ongoing now, but they had carried it, so I'm putting it in here to definitely have it a specific project by come FY28. Replace water fountains and bottle fillers. That's ongoing. We're doing it now, especially at the high school. They get destroyed. I'm working with Bryce and his team. We're going to add cameras to the water fountains. They're getting kicked. They're getting beaten. These water fountains are not cheap. They're about $5,000 to $6,000, especially now that they have the dual with the water filter and the water fountain filler. But that's an ongoing. Indoor door and hardware replacement. I'm jumping that to FY29. So now we're looking at FY29 items. Renovate the fieldhouse locker room showers. That would be FY29. There's been talk about eliminating them. Again, I want to learn more about that before we make that dramatic step. The locker rooms would stay, but the showers would go. But again, more details probably time we get to FY29. Acoustical ceilings throughout the whole school. I have it in FY29 because I think you just heard me say that the roof's not going on until FY28. Wouldn't make sense to do the entire school new acoustical ceilings until the roof is done. Of course, that time we'd replace the kitchen ceiling tiles with the new washable tiles. Repair and replace stage and stage floor in the night hall. That one might move up a little bit, but that's where I kept it for now. Refurbish the seating in the night hall. Then there was talk of replacing the cafeteria window wall, and then replacing the damaged glass block in the gym clear story. So there's a couple of them. There's one at the gym. There's one at the field house. So then you see that the next line down, replace the field house windows along the roof line, and then replace the call wall clear story windows in the field house. That's everything like above the roof. If you guys know what I'm talking about. So it's everything like at the gym. It's like the glass that's way up high. And I know that on the field house, the glass block is failing. It's been brought up before. So this is where it's going to be focused attention. And I'm thinking, well, if we're going to have a company come in, we should really start hitting all of them. Then there's a skylight and a clear, in the front, the old main entrance to the school also has one. So that'll be also in that FY29. As I just mentioned, replace the Callawall skylights at the old main entry. All right, then we're going to replace the windows in the 1300s, the 1500s, and the 2300s. Right now it's $250,000. I'm seeing it's going to be a lot more than that come FY29. Repair the soffits and trim and miscellaneous wall panels on the exterior. Replace heating units and replace HVAC units in the gym and the field house. Right now, they don't have AC. This was basically saying to replace the heating and put in HVAC, so put in air conditioning. And then and as far as the mechanical, is replace the locker room ventilation system, again, with an HVAC system and ductwork. Of course, data, we talked about that. He has some wireless access upgrades. He's pretty much working on that now, but I kept it in there. Interior shell, we're going to jump to now FY30, and that would be the 1500s and the 1600s new flooring. That's kind of a terrazzo type floor down there, but if it gets to a point where it can't be repaired or fixed, it'd be new floors down there. Miscellaneous classroom floors replacements, that'd be the classroom, obviously with new vinyl flooring or the new quartz that's coming out now, as we did in West Villages. Replace or upgrade the original unit ventilators in the classrooms. Right now, they're doing okay. We're working on them, but this would be at a point where all the unit vents would have to be replaced throughout the school. That's where you see that nice ticket item of $4.5 million. And then, of course, with that would have to go the electrical distribution upgrade. We, of course, would have to get the electrical would have to be brought up to code. So that's about $1.8 million on that one. And then the last one I had on here was install a compliant sprinkler system in the cafeteria wing of the school. I've mentioned the sprinkler systems in a lot of schools. Luckily on this one, when we do the roof, the percentage, there's a lot of things you have to do. A certain percentage of money that you're spending on the school all at once, like the roof, kind of warrants to upgrade certain things in the school. Luckily, I think we're going to be okay with that. Bottom line is, like I talked about, what we're spending kind of right now, the $271,500. But for fiscal year 28, we're looking at like 6.2 million. And I was trying to keep it consistent with FY29 with 6.4. And then I believe in FY30, because I think the roof was kind of in there, but it was also the unit vents. That's where it jumped us up to the 12 million. Again, a lot of these numbers are going to move, they're going to change, but these are the projects that still need to happen at that school. It's one of the one of the biggest buildings on the Cape, but it's a significant high school. It's worthy of the attention it gets as far as for the building, so we'll just take care of our assets. All right, so let's jump to the athletic fields, courts and gyms associated with Barnstable High School. We, of course, have the main gymnasium. It's a regular court. All of these are scheduled by BPS, which is from our event coordinator, and it's used by the school 90 to 98%, and it's also rented out by us, by the school. But I'll talk about the condition of them. The main gymnasium, floor to be replaced, hopefully summer of 2026. The field house, we talked about the perimeter windows, work needed. That's around that top area I was talking about. The stadium football field and synthetic turf. It's in very good shape. We clean it, rake it, maintain it. The biggest thing that we have focus on there is the bleacher inspections, the lift that's in there, which is got tested this morning. Actually, that's having to be repaired. But other than that field is in good shape. The practice football, soccer field, that's a grass field, full size. It's in poor condition, and that is the field that we want to rest in 26, 27. So this summer it'll rest, and it'll rest into the fall, but we're working out logistics on the use and other options to play at. All right, the JV baseball and field hockey. Again, grass diamond field. It's in fair condition. We mow, seed, groom, and maintain. And we seed it in the fall and late summer, early fall. Then we have this JV softball field, the grass diamond field. It's in fair condition. JV softball field is being worked on and design, and to start hopefully getting into a design to redo that field. So that's in a conceptual stage right now. Exterior outdoor basketball courts. These are regulation courts. They're in fair condition. We clean, repair them, maintain them. Could probably use some new nets or some hoops. The tennis courts and pickleball court. We just talked about that. That's the 6 tennis courts, 2 pickleball. I'm saying it's to be determined and will be brand new summer of 2026. Then rounding up around the corner, we have the softball field and field hockey. That's a diamond and lacrosse combo fair, again being reworked, being redesigned. That's in the conceptual stage. And then we have the baseball field, which is the synthetic turf. I mentioned that, built in 2020, didn't start getting used until 22. That's in good condition, actually in great condition. There's been some small tears. We've taken care of it. We had some issues with the pitcher's mound, but all of them have been addressed, and the field's in working order. And then, of course, we have the two grass soccer lacrosse fields that are way up by the pond, kind of behind my office. They're in fair condition. We mow, seed, and weed those. They get rented out, but not as often as others. That might be kind of an area where we might move a lot of the practice field for the Silver Bullets and whatnot. Last but not least, the square footage that I think everybody asked for. I'm going to jump right to the high school. Barnstable High School, of course, 420,942 square feet. I had the total cost of renovations over the next, now it's 4 years, up to fiscal year 30 is about $45,872,600. But looking at that square footage, it's coming almost in line with Barnstable United at $108.98 per square foot. So yes, it looks like a large number. It's not going to be all at once, but it's also the square footage is dictating, and the support areas, the field house, the gymnasium. There's a lot at that included in that. Questions?
That's an amazing amount of information to compile. Like, who compiled that? You walked through the school with a clipboard and just went through it?
No, the majority of it
Really?
is like I said, the assessment, the facilities assessment
okay,
plan,
yeah, right.
and then a lot of it is some of our CIP stuff. But then it is things we have to add on to it, and then I have to go through the whole entire list. And then there's things I have to also compile because they would that Collier report would be like, fix knob on door number 12, replace door number 13. And you're thinking, okay, doors. So I have to calculate that all up, bring it all together. So I'm not sitting here rattling off every little item they had.
Yeah. It's a massive building.
It is.
420,000 square feet, holy moly. Yeah. Thank you for all your hard work on this. I think it gives us an idea of how, certainly we'll have apples to apples things to talk about now, as long as we continue down this road. So I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Comprehensive report, so much information, and it will take time to digest and look into this more closely. Certainly, maybe number these items possibly at a facilities subcommittee meeting. I just wanted to touch on a few things. When you talked about some of the upgrades, the columns and the ceilings that you mentioned, like walking in the entrances, walking into the high school, just at the high school for the fashion show, so on and forth. So just renovating that, updating, that space, is that what you were kind of getting at?
Well, it's around around the perimeter of the high school, there's a lot of brick. And where there's not brick, it's like this fake stucco. And that's called this like EFIS system. So it's like a synthetic material, and there's like like a styrofoam behind it, and it's not rock like we think it is, so it gets damaged very easy. So a lot of that has to be fixed. And some of them are the ceilings are that same material. It's not drywall out there. It's like a fiberboard material, and that's what I'm talking about. We'd go around and it'd have to almost walk and list everything around the whole school. So it would be the entrance to the night hall, had some damage on some columns, some ceiling work that needs to be done. The main entrance to the high school, that ceiling is awful. And then some column work. When I say column, like the corners, they're just beat up.
Indeed they are, and that's a keen eye to notice and to deploy resources to that, because it's a huge building. Obviously, I went to the school, graduated. 99 was when the renovation was finished. But the bottom line is, it's a community center, right? It's much more than a school. So many things. The symphony is there. The community spends a lot of time in that building. So it's a matter of pride. It's a matter of respect. And so you being attentive to how that looks, and it just makes a huge difference. People walking in, those columns, that ceiling looks better. They feel better about the school, the district. So that's in good keeping. Also, some of the paving work that you're kind of looking at, Hyannis West, that parking lot kind of repaved, right, and obviously the high school. Just repaving and kind of cleaning that up as much, over time. That just makes a tremendous amount of sense. You talked about some of the big ticket projects, the PAC being renovated, certain things in the PAC taking place. And then the different athletic fields that you're looking at. Those discussions may take place at a subcommittee meeting, just in terms of the different fields and how what the process is. But very helpful, it's comprehensive. And I know it's a long meeting, but this information is most helpful in terms of people understanding kind of what the district is, the age of the building, kind of why, right? I noted, I'll conclude, there's a bunker underneath the building. It was built in 1957. It's an old building, but what we need to do to keep it up and keep it active and vibrant. So thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, Doug, thank you. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Item 6.2. Items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4 are very related. So item 6.2 is to rescind the January 7th, 2026 appropriation for a feasibility study and schematic design costs associated with project management for the roof replacement at the intermediate school. 6.3 is for the same purpose at the high school. And is Chris going to explain what the situation is, or do you want to?
Here he comes walking down the.
And then 6.4 as a prelude is that the costs needed to be adjusted and the motion needed to be reworked. So go ahead, Chris.
I read it the first time and it was 9 miles long, and that wasn't good enough for you. I have to do it a second time.
So we added
Thank
to
you.
it. That was exactly it. Yeah, it was a test for you. Good evening. When we first went forward with the accelerated repair program application, the MSBA likes to get an indication from communities that you are financially invested in the program before they review you and accept you into the program. So we did that. We appropriated $350,000 for each of the projects. It's a little putting the cart before the horse, because then once you're accepted, then you get bids and you get kind of the final amount for the cost of schematic design and feasibility study, which is why we are here before you this evening. So those initial appropriations, that kind of was indicative that we wanted to participate in the program. We almost got it, but we were just a little short by about $86,000 once we contracted with a designer and a project manager. So we need to rescind those two prior authorizations, and we're asking for you to revote them with an added approximately $86,000. As I mentioned, we do have contracts ready to go and in place with a project manager and with a designer, and once this appropriation hopefully is passed by you, it'll go to the council. They will also rescind the prior appropriations, vote it together as one, then we'll sign a contract and get the project started with the MSBA.
And is it correct to state that part of the reason for combining it and not keeping two separate is we're sharing the project manager and the designer?
Yes, that's a great observation. We got a contract from the OPM that was combined for the total services. So we went back and forth with the MSBA on kind of the best way to proceed with that. And then speaking with them and the town manager and the finance director, it was decided that this was kind of the best course of action, was to combine them that way. Yep.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so move to appropriate $786,488 for the purpose of paying feasibility study and schematic design costs and associated project management for the potential roof replacement project at Barnstable High School. $588,874 located at 744 West Main Street, Hyannis, Massachusetts, and the Barnstable Intermediate School. $197,614 located at 895 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass., including the payments of all costs incidental or related thereto the projects, which proposed repair projects would materially extend the useful life of the schools and preserve the assets that otherwise are capable of supporting the required educational programs, and for which the town of Barnstable, through the Barnstable School Committee, has applied for grants from the Massachusetts School Board Authority, MSBA, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Barnstable School Committee. To meet this appropriation, the town treasurer will, with the approval of the town council, is authorized to borrow $786,488 under the pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7 or 8, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. The town of Barnstable acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and if the MSBA's board of directors votes to invite the town to collaborate with the MSBA on the proposed repair projects, any projects cost the town of Barnstable incurs in excess of any grant that may be approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town of Barnstable, and that if invited to collaborate with the MSBA on the proposed repair projects, the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town of Barnstable through the Barnstable School Committee and the MSBA. It is further ordered that the appropriation and loan order under Town Council Agenda Item 2026-068 for $350,000 for the purpose of paying feasibility studies and schematic design costs and associated project management for the potential roof replacement project at the Barnstable High School located at 744 West Main Street, Hyannis, Mass., be rescinded, and appropriation and loan under order under Town Council Agenda Item 2026-069 for $350,000 for the purpose of paying feasibility study and schematic designs costs and associated project management for the potential roof replacement project at the Barnstable Intermediate School located at 895 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass. Be rescinded.
Second.
I'm not reading it again.
Having a motion made and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.5, approve the facilities rental fees for fiscal year 27. Chris?
Last month, we presented a fee schedule, which you reviewed and adopted for FY27. That was with the exception of the facility building rental fees, as there was further discussion happening with the facilities subcommittee. So this evening before you is a recommended proposed updated facility fee schedule for FY27 that creates a new category that's focused on nonprofits in Barnstable serving Barnstable youth. That's the complete fee schedule as well beyond. So it's got food services, transportation, everything else in there, just so you can see that as background. But the real change is the facilities. And I'd, turn it over to Andre or Jen, who did a lot of work on kind of spearheading this proposal.
Sure, thank you, Chris. And so we looked at our fee schedule and how it was impacting the local community, again, particularly our local nonprofit organizations serving a majority of Barnstable youth. I'll just note some of those organizations. This is the Barnstable Silver Bullets, the football program, the Barnstable Silver Bullets cheerleading program, Barnstable Youth Basketball, Barnstable Boys Basketball, and also the Barnstable Girls Youth Lacrosse. And consistently, what we're hearing from these organizations is the cost that they are incurring to rent the facilities for which they are the taxpayers for, are prohibiting them from having more kids in the program. And so how can we devise a different category specifically for this group so that they could have a rate that allowed them to expand and include more Barnstable students. So that's what is in the packet. And I'll just conclude by saying, the revenue that we won't be receiving based on this reduced rate will be reallocated, in my view, my firm view, right back into the school system, again, based on the larger numbers and more people being able to utilize, more Barnstable residents being able to utilize our facilities.
Could you repeat the last line that you just said, please?
Yes, this will allow more Barnstable residents, more Barnstable children to be able to participate in these programs. And so the reduction in fees that we won't receive via revenue will, I feel, be reallocated in terms of the growth of these programs, more students being able to participate, and I think that those opportunities are well worth the revenue that we're looking at here. And I'd also note, just to conclude, that other communities' youth programs aren't dealing with this. Either there's their fees they're paying are drastically less or non-existent. And so there's a matter of we don't want to lose that interest.
So can I just ask, when we were in the subcommittee meeting, we looked at the revenue that we would lose by creating another discounted category, basically. So like we had the group A, which was basically everyone's school related or town related, and then we had B and C, and so we added the A1 category, which addressed the idea, as Andre talked about, the Silver Bullets and other groups that support Barnstable youth. And so we looked at the different, like what we would lose, and I think, Sarah, wasn't it like $15,000 or something annually? It wasn't a massive amount of dollars, just to give you guys a ballpark figure. We did crunch the numbers on it. Yeah, and it just seems like if parents are not enrolling their second or third child because they can't afford that or whatever, that this is a good way to get people to buy into Barnstable and understand that we're here for them, and we understand that it's stressful financially to make ends meet sometimes, and the last thing that should happen is that your kid should be sitting on the sofa instead of being on a field somewhere because they didn't make the school team and they want to play somewhere else, or they just want to play somewhere else. And so we just felt like we could create more access to more families in Barnstable this way. And so $15,000 didn't seem like it was a monumental amount. So that's that. Thank you.
Yeah, just if I might put that into context, 15,000 is about 14% of the rental revenue.
So can I just ask a question? Thank you, Jen, for saying that it was 8-1, because I was kind of lost. I was looking at there's so much information, and I was like, whoa, what am I supposed to be, what columns am I supposed to even be looking at? So it's
I had to look at it before I came again tonight, and before every subcommittee meeting, I've had to look at it again. And Andre's been really good about helping us decide, I don't know much about sports, but he obviously does.
So this isn't just sports. This is because it's the am I reading it right that it's the yellow?
Yes.
So it's for
yellow,
all, even building rentals and everything, correct?
Yeah, it's for all that. Because, it's not just for sports, exactly. We just created a new category in general.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's cool. I'm just trying to kind of like wrap my head around this and for sports, Andre, I'm sorry, I was looking at the chart. What teams did you say? Like what? I'm sorry about that.
Yes, the nonprofit, local nonprofit organizations currently in this category would be the Barnstable Silver Bullets, the Barnstable Silver Bullet Cheerleaders, the Barnstable Youth Basketball Program, and the Barnstable Youth Lacrosse Program. And to your question about it being beyond sports, the requirement is that the organizations serve a majority of Barnstable youth.
So whatever. So if it's
Youth.
Cub Scouts or whatever, it
Exactly.
it could be anything.
So if you're Cub Scouts and you need to use,
Right.
a room for a meeting,
Right.
that's,
Okay. Yeah, that
if
makes
you're Girl Scouts and you need to use
Yeah.
a room for a meeting, we want the organizations again that are doing the work. Partnering with us in Barnstable Public Schools and doing a tremendous job, as these organizations have long and rich histories, to be able to do more of that. And the feedback that we've
yeah, I
been
get
getting is that they're experiencing some cost constraints
Yeah. That makes
currently.
sense. Cool. And you guys, I mean, obviously you guys have done a ton of work on this. Like,
More for Sarah and her staff than us, but I've been learning a lot and weighing in, and I think Doug and his team and Chris, they've been helping us crunch the numbers on it. We've met, I think, 3 or 4 times about it, just to kind of get our head around what actually we have control over for facilities versus recreation, right? And like how we can be competitive and maybe even build business by appealing to new nonprofit groups in town.
well, it's the thing, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think 15 grand should be a deal breaker when we could, we can get some new business from it. So, and it's just kind of a way to reinvest in our kids and reinvest in our local families, because fees go up and up and up.
Well,
and,
you get more sport, like you said.
Yeah.
You may get the soccer now because it's coming because they go to the college. So
Yeah.
it may change things. Like
That's right.
You
Futsal
may
or
get
whatever.
more business out of it even.
Yeah.
So you can make a motion.
No, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm a bit uneasy increasing the fees that our high school and intermediate school students are paying to participate, and then we reduce fee structure for non-Barnstable Public Schools rental. And I also take a look at some organizations that some of our students participate in, even though they may not be the majority of the Barnstable students may not be the majority of the people, but there's no other organization, so they're forced to go to an organization like 4-H that doesn't operate within Barnstable, but it operates somewhere else. And there are a lot of them. There,
I mean,
theater,
yeah.
music.
We couldn't save anyone. We have control over, or everyone. We have control over our facilities. And, honestly, not all kids make those teams, the school teams. I mean, there's, a lot of kids go to, Andre can probably speak to it better than me, but my kid played Little League, and everyone was the number 00. It was terrifying in a crowd. You couldn't find your kid. But anyway, like Little League, but then there were also all these other splinter organizations that Rec is one of them. That came when your kid doesn't make, the normal team, then where else can they play? And you start to look around. So, I think this would apply to Babe Ruth, right, in Barnstable, and, other teams. So, I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that I'm not talking about the teams now that are organized in Barnstable. I'm talking about Barnstable youth who have to go outside of the town of Barnstable because we don't have a Barnstable team. And if those organizations were to rent our facilities, which they do, that it's they don't qualify. And I think that it's a large discount when you look at the chart between A1 and I got to look at the number. I think it's a large discount when you look between A1 usage and B usage. And so I'm just concerned about the equity because you probably have the same number of youth who have to go elsewhere simply because of the nature of the sport rowing, or they may not use our facility, but there are some other types of organizations that people use. And also the fact that we increase some family fees for other things within the district. And I know that the sports fee covers athletic management and transportation and other things as well. So I'm just bringing that up and raising it as a concern as I weigh all the pros and cons for changing the fee structure.
If I just speak first. So my thought on this is, because we're the only two people that were on the committee, so where Courtney's not here, I'm the good thing with this is we set it every year. So it's not like it's a one and done like forever. So my personal opinion is let's try it for a year. Let's go down that road. Chris, I assume you were sat on the subcommittee, so you're okay financially with the impact of this $15,000. Like, are you?
I am. I'm comfortable.
Okay, because I know you're part of the subcommittee, so I'm sure you were advising them as far as the financial impact, and you're okay with that.
You ran the numbers. Yep, I'm okay.
Okay, so I'm personally in favor of it. Let's try it. Let's try it and see where it goes. Let's see. I mean, we may not lose 15 grand because we may get more business. So then it may offset the 15 grand. And we end up net neutral. So my personal opinion is let's give it a try. Let's see how it works for a year, and then we can kind of reevaluate next year. So the only thing is how is it going to be determined? Because this is going to all be going through a rental facility person in Doug's office. So how do they determine, if they are at Barnstable? Are they going to have to literally get a roster and see where each kid's address is? How are we going to, is that's and you guys might have looked at this, so that's why I'm kind of asking. How would you think of the determination? You probably have the paper right there. You were wait for the question.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mike. Yes, there is a criteria,
Okay.
for the organization. It's located in Barnstable. Yeah, it's a nonprofit, and that's what we're hammering on.
Huge,
These organizations are Barnstable parents. They're not making any money. None of the money and the time that they spend volunteering at the concessions, traveling. It's all volunteer work. So this is not revenue that's going to some slush fund, and that it serves the youth. It serves the children that are our students in the town of Barnstable, and that those are the majority of the participants, more than 50%, and some of these organizations, you talk about Barnstable Girls Lacrosse, Barnstable Boys Basketball, Silver Bowls, cheerleaders. It's the overwhelming majority. You might have one or two kids that come from another town, but they're overwhelmingly Barnstable youth, meaning they're Barnstable students. And so that's our criteria.
And if I can just add one thing, we looked at the groups that have been renting from us. We didn't look at groups that hadn't been renting from us. So, we didn't look at 4-H. I don't think they were included.
But you
in
want to take
list
care of the
things.
people that are
Right.
Yeah.
So, but if there is an opportunity and there's a 4-H chapter that's in Barnstable and they want to rent, now they have the opportunity to do so. I think as a pilot program, I think it's a great idea if you want to do it that way. We can just
I
see.
don't want to call it a pilot because we reevaluate it.
Yeah,
We reevaluate it every year. It things so
Yeah.
it's going to normal reevaluation every year.
Yeah, cool. So,
Doug, are you okay? I know I saw you shaking your head, but I asked him about the financial side. Your office is going to be the one. Your person, you obviously are on a facilities subcommittee. You are all set with it. Okay, so can I make a motion? Move to approve the FY27 facilities rental fees schedule as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? So, and you'll keep, since you'll be able to report back on, the costs associated with the group. So, for example, when an organization rents, we have to pay the custodians, and it's as well as the rental fee. So all the expenses related versus how much the income is, we should take a look and see when we evaluate the next time. We should take a look and see what the true impact is, given the fact that repairs and improvement, all I've heard for months now is how our facilities are failing and we don't have enough to repair them. And even though it's only $15,000, it's still, that repairs something, that 15,000.
Do you want to
And
speak?
so that's what I'm concerned about.
Can I just jump in and clarify one thing? This does not change costs that organizations may pay for personnel. So if they need to pay for a custodian, if they need to pay
That's all
for,
staying.
if they need to pay for a technician for the performing center, like that's not costs that we incur. That's all staying. It's the rental fee for the facility and the space. Yeah.
And Sarah, you're okay with this? You obviously.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
And, just to sort of put it in context, there's no other district on Cape that's doing this, but I did find examples of districts off Cape, about a dozen when I reached out to communities that have something very similar.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a line that's cut off. It says, proof of address and nonprofit gets cut off, so we would be looking for documentation. So
Right, which is
proof
what
of
you said.
address and
Yeah.
nonprofit
Yeah, which is what-
documentation required. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody was on the committee and everybody kind of like chimes in.
And was the decrease the difference between the nonprofit and the local nonprofit the same amount, the same percentage of decrease?
Yeah, so as a starting point, what we did was we just mirrored the discount, so to speak, between the profit rate and the nonprofit rate, and then the nonprofit rate and the Barnstable-based nonprofit rate. So that percent decrease is the same across columns.
I just meant that for the districts outside of off Cape,
Oh,
was their discount that much?
I didn't do a deep dive into their financials. Just the premise was something that we had seen.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm voting no. So motion carries. Thank you. And item 6.6, approve the accounts payable warrant, fiscal year 26, warrant number 44.
Move to approve accounts payable warrant FY 26 warrant 44 in the amount of $618,619.34.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. Item 7.1, the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda includes the approval of the school committee meeting minutes of April 1, 2026, the special school committee meeting minutes of April 27, 2026, and the fiscal year 26 grants, gifts, and donations.
Move to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Future agenda items?
Did you want to bring that up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to, again, request, and I'm just going through my papers here, an agenda item.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, an agenda item, thank you, here, right here. Here it is. So I'm requesting agenda item for artificial intelligence as regards education and employment. The impact of this emerging technology in both of these areas appears to be most certainly accelerating. So I think an agenda item to just kind of look at what our district response is would be in order. And also I'm requesting an agenda item for a culture and climate subcommittee. Fostering a safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environment, enhances student achievement, well-being, and community participation. Thank you.
Okay. And item 9.1, executive session. Move to go into executive session to reconvene in open session to approve the school committee executive session minutes of April 1, 2026, and to discuss salary adjustment of a non-affiliated personnel contract. Sarah Hearn.
Second.
Okay, this is a roll call vote. Jen? Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. All right, we're now back in open session. Item 8. 10.1, approve the fiscal year 27 salary adjustment for Superintendent Dr. Ahern.
Move to approve a salary increase of 2% for the superintendent for FY27.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn the May 6, 2026 school committee meeting.
Second.
Jen? Yes. Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
All right. We are now adjourned.